for Monday, just to let you know. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I had to.
Sorry?
How are you doing? Hello, Mr. Clark.
Last time I was just nervous. About 4:45 this morning was when I took over from the top. I was like, the first faculty meeting where everybody's staring at you going like, I like the old one. And so, yeah. Yeah, this will be a good day. It'll be a really good day. Yeah. Bradford's running late. Everybody else should be here on time. Okay.
Is everything okay?
I'm sorry? She just said she's running late, so specifics.
Y'all are like good morning. How are you over there?
Good.
So far, good morning.
Hello.
Hello again. Hello, Jeff. How are you this morning? So cute. How's Brian? So we did not tonight. It is what it is, but who's in the house? So I was pretty angry. Yeah, I would be too. So the good news is it's okay. Lots of holidays. Okay. But do we have electrical outlets anywhere near us? They're electrical outlets. Like it's for plugging or something. All right, I might not need it yet. This is yeah. It was okay. Thank you. No, there was some discussion from the side. Yeah. But I'm glad that they're getting the right, the right diagnosis.
I've got all my things to plug in, just in case.
Yeah. Scott's working late. He works. Yesterday he didn't get home until 11:45 in the afternoon, and he had worked all night. And then he texted me this morning. I haven't seen him since he left for work last night. He texted me this morning and was like, "I'm gonna be late again." I'm like, "Oh, okay, cool." I was like, "Yeah, maybe you can stop before." Yeah, well, but the problem for us is he can't determine his hours, So like spouse of a WP.
I just wanted to say welcome. I apologize I wasn't here at the board meeting in January. My wife had planned a trip.
My phone is cut off. My watch is cut off. I'm doing it. You want this warm? Good for you.
Good morning, Mr. McManus. Hey! How are you this morning?
I haven't never had food like this.
All right, let's get set up here.
Oh man, how's your little car doing?
The car is doing good. I actually had to replace the battery. Last week, I took it to go get gas, and it wouldn't start back up.
How was it at?
The battery, the car is a 2019. But apparently there was some issue, some lawsuit with Subaru WRX batteries for that year. Yeah, so it's covered.
Just remind us.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, so. Yeah.
I've had that before. I have left over like that. One of my friends,
I I'm between the two of you. I'm between the two. I'm going to keep you two just like. Yeah, you got more.
Thank you, I appreciate it. And like I say, you make a motion, I'll second it.
You're going to have to talk with you. Help you? There's a spot over there.
And then do you,
Lord. We're already today.
I think today's gonna be a little bit less official. You know, I'll
I can tell.
I'm not taking none blame for that.
mention that we have times, rush times.
Yeah. He gave me some security questions. We have an outlet employer. They have a plug over there that they need. Good morning. How are you?
Yeah.
Thanks. I don't know. I can probably ask.
thank you, Russell.
I guess I can ask Russell if I need one. What is this? Oh, it's all sorts of fun right there.
All right, folks, it's about that time, so let's take our seats if we would, please, ladies and gentlemen. And there's Ms. Bradford, right on time. And there's Ms. Bradford, right on time. Come on in. Right over here. We're not on yet? We are on, okay, very good. Well, I'd like to welcome everyone to the January 6th special board meeting. We are in a retreat today. We're very excited about that. A couple things I want to stress that this is our day, board members. I've heard from some people that it is certain groups. No, I mean, we have 7 people on the board, 7 important people on the board, and we need to hear from everybody today to plan for our future. And one thing we all ran on was student safety, so that's going to be our first topic. But first, we do need to do our roll call, please. Ms. Boone?
Good morning. Mr. Wildebohr.
Present.
Ms. Bradford.
Present.
Ms. Barnhart.
Here.
Ms. Craybill.
Here.
Ms. Mason.
Present.
Mr. McManus.
Here.
And Ms. Walker.
Here.
Good. Glad everyone is here, ready to go. It is a day full, a full day, very, very full day, but I think it's going to be a very beneficial day for everyone. Our first order of business is to approve the agenda. Do I hear a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
So moved from Ms. Mason.
Second.
Do we have a second? Is there any discussion?
Mr. Chair, I would like to add somewhere in there, maybe perhaps after our discussion on parliamentary procedure, a brief discussion, maybe 10, 15 minutes on board norms for us, not parliamentary board norms, but board norms.
Okay. I will second that. Why don't we add that right after the 1:30 Robert's Rules / procedures training? We will add it to that point. We do need to take a vote on that. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? That carries 7-0, so we will add that at 1:30. I do want to make mention that we do have times. I sent you 2 letters or 2 outlines yesterday. I do have times. They are rough times, so if we go a little over here and there, but it is, like I say, a very, very full agenda. I think Ms. Bradford also had a motion to add. Right, so did you add that? Okay.
Oh, you want me to add that to
Yes,
the agenda?
please.
Oh, well,
Mr. Wildebohr, did we already approve the agenda, or?
No, we're still
on the same one,
We
okay.
approved your motion.
Was
to
through-
add.
Okay,
Yes.
sorry.
I make a motion that we open the meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance and invocation.
Okay, do we have a second for that?
Second.
Second? Okay, so again, the motion is to add the Pledge of Allegiance and an invocation at the beginning. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Again, carries 7-0. So we still have the agenda in front of us. So we have with the agenda, with the additions, we need to approve the agenda as provided. We have a motion and a second. All in favor of approving the amended agenda, signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Again, carries 7-0. So at this point, before we move into the safety discussion, let's stand and face the flag. I'll lead the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Ms. Bradford, would you like to give the invocation?
Sure. If y'all may remain standing. Father, I just thank you for this day, and I thank you for this new year, and I thank you for this new beginning for this school board. And so, as the Lord taught us when we wanted to pray, let's recite the Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever and ever. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much. You may be seated. At this point, I'd like to welcome our safety discussion. Mr. Miller, I think you're going to come up first. Yep. I think you're going to introduce our speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, board. It's good to see y'all. As a previous board member across the river for 14 years, God bless you. It's a hard job, and I know you will be able to do it. But I'd like to introduce Mr. Ed Johnson. He is the owner of Hanover, school safety product. So if you come up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
You're doing well. You may have some familiarity with this product. The previous Board of Education, we had one of our representatives, Stephen Powers, actually came and spoke at one of your board meetings one evening. And it was this past year. We've actually been speaking with folks with the superintendent's office since 2021, I believe. And but I also understand that the funding was being, and the decision-making process was being handled through the county manager's office at some point. But I wanted to reintroduce this to you as the new board. But you're going to see a lot of products. You're very familiar with a lot of products that are out there: video surveillance, access control systems, fencing around the schools, bulletproof vestibules, and things like that. But this is the one product that will, at the very least, will be the last line of defense. And the last line of defense must be the best line of defense. It's called Rhinoware Lockdown System. It's very, very simple. I'm not sure how many of y'all are trained in the use of firearms, but that doesn't matter. But if you're 5 years old or you're 55, and this is designed for a kindergartner to turn her classroom into a safe room. It's that simple. But if you're not trained in the use of firearms and you start hearing gunshots, your brain goes out the window. You need something that's absolutely brainless to operate. And it's so simple, like I said, that a kindergartner, under severe duress, hearing gunshots, can you hear me okay? Hearing gunshots, just like that, in 1 second, can turn her classroom into a safe room. And it's not just for classrooms, but for offices or break rooms, nurses' stations, anything like that. Whenever a school does a lockdown drill, wherever those people go to shelter in place, that's where you would want to have a rhino on the door. But the product is not just for schools. It's in airports, it's in hospitals, it's military installations. It's even in the United Nations in headquarters in Geneva, Switzerland. And we're a North Carolina company. We're headquartered in Jacksonville, just an hour north of you. And, we actually have a family who are products of New Hanover County schools. So we have a direct interest in keeping the kids safe. We have several counties, probably over 20 counties in North Carolina alone have rhinoware installed, whether in schools or in non-academic installations. But it's that simple. It really is. It's that simple. And it is fully fire code compliant. So it can be installed in any fire-rated door after 90 minutes, which is going to be most all the doors anyway. And it works with existing door hardware. It's fire code compliant. It's life safety code compliant. It's ADA code compliant. It checks all the boxes. Your fire marshal here in New Hanover County has already reviewed it, has already approved it for use in New Hanover County. The sheriff's office, let them speak for it themselves, but I know that they've been very familiar with it as well. This is a product that law enforcement across the country loves. But fire officials, this is the one product that fire officials can also give their seal of approval on. So it also, obviously, the fire officials, when they're looking at the lockdown plans, the operation of the unit will need to be integrated into the lockdown plans for the schools. But we can work with you to make sure that the correct wording for fire officials is embedded into the lockdown plans. Any questions so far?
Can you give us a cost estimate, say for one school?
For one school, okay, so if you would average, I actually have a spreadsheet that we could, that has a lot of that information in it already. But on average, across the country, what we've seen is about 60 units per elementary school, about 70 units per middle school and other specialty school that you might have. And then 125 to 150 units per high school, depending on the size of the high school. We're all total, we're looking at somewhere in the neighborhood of around $2 million. That's it, to secure every classroom, to secure every office, to secure every, for every, and it makes the schools practically impenetrable. From at the classroom level, all the infrastructure that you've currently installed, that you've paid so much money for, it's not gonna stop a determined shooter to get into that classroom, into that school. And once they can get in, they can go just about wherever they want to. Yes, you can lock the classroom doors with the existing door hardware. But if you're familiar with firearms, and these law enforcement officers will tell you, 2 rounds into that lock set and a swift kick, and you're in the room. Now they, if they check the door and it's locked, they may go to the next one, and maybe they're just trying to haphazardly just get as many kills as they can. But if it's a targeted, if the person that they're looking for has been bullying them, maybe they're an athlete in high school. And I should say the target, oftentimes in a high school setting, the target is an athlete. And but if it's a targeted victim that the shooter's looking for, then they're going to do whatever they have to get through whatever they're keeping them from that. So the law enforcement does have, there is a key to be able to get into the.
Sit up, so okay, sit up, can you see better?
So you can do it with your foot. It's that simple. You don't have to guide it into the floor plate at all. It is totally that simple. Just like that. And these are in Fort Knox, Navy SEAL headquarters. But law enforcement with a key can get, and principals as well. We
SROs.
SROs, certainly SROs would have the keys, principals, assistant principals, whoever you determine to have, that would need to have them. But obviously we work very closely with your local law enforcement to make that happen. We would also provide SWAT teams and tactical teams with the keys for training and things like that. But it's so simple. You just turn the key, and it lifts it right up out of the floor plate, and then they can storm the room if they have to. Also after an all clear, because the lockdown plan normally dictates that once the doors are locked down, you don't open it for anybody. And so until the all clear happens. And so it's really that simple.
Ms. Bradford, I think you had a question?
I think Representative Miller just explained it to me. So the key makes something go down and hardens the door from behind, so it cannot come
The floor
open.
plate in the bottom here.
The floor plate, yeah. I can see it from here now.
No, but it doesn't, the key doesn't lock it. The key only is meant to unlock it. It's you lock it from inside the room. You don't have to go outside the room to lock it.
So the mechanism on the top is what drops it.
That is correct. Let me put it down on the floor. And I'm not sure. Is it okay? I'm not sure if you can see it or not. But yeah, from an ADA standpoint, it has to be 34 and 48 inches from the surface of the finished floor. And that's the purpose for it. But you can also do it with your foot. Like that. Again, you don't have to guide it. There's no motor skills required. No, you can even do it with a closed fist. So it literally glides itself right into the floor plate.
Wow.
The Army calls it stupid simple.
Ms. Graybill?
When you said it was $2 million, is that per school or for our
No,
whole
man,
district?
that's for the entire district.
For your whole county.
Okay, and then how does this affect the swinging radius of the door
It does.
so that we don't bang it against the wall constantly?
Right. It doesn't bang the door against the wall.
Where is this? Doesn't this attach to?
Okay, it's all mounted onto the door. If you look at think about the door handle, if the door handle is on the right or the left, but it's all integrated with the door handle. So, from a single motion egress standpoint, I failed to mention that. And single motion egress is NFPA 101, means that in the event of a fire, there should only be one single motion that's necessary to open the door so you can evacuate the room. And when the device is engaged, you turn the door handle, it lifts it up out of the floor plate. So that complies with the single motion egress.
This is your existing door. This is your existing handle. Only thing we're putting on is this part and this.
Directly onto the door?
This is your existing door.
So that bottom thing
This
is,
bottom piece right here in the floor.
the bottom stand is just for your presentation purposes?
That's the presentation.
Okay.
So that's your floor.
That's what I was asking, is that going to bang against our wall?
No.
Okay.
Forget this part.
And so how long would it take to install those in 43 schools with 100+ doors per school?
Right. So what we would do is however many teams that we would need to assign to the project to get it. If you have a set number of months that you want it done in, for instance, we've done school systems in Texas that are much larger than New Hanover over 2 or 3 months. 2 or 3 months, larger than New Hanover.
Wouldn't interrupt your school day.
Exactly. It'll be done after hours and on weekends.
Yes, ma'am?
Do we have any other school districts in our area or in the state that are using that we could contact?
Certainly, Martin County, Iredell County.
And there's 2 very close that's getting ready to do the same thing. I can't speak for them, but we are in discussions with 2 close, one north and one south.
We also have a YouTube channel that has some great video testimonials. If you go to YouTube and you just look up Campus Safety Products LLC, you'll see several different videos there. Now, Martin County and Iredell County, we're also installed with Robeson County, and not the entire district, but a few schools in Robeson County. We have schools that are charter schools in Wake County, Johnston County, We're about to start another one in Forsyth County, and Harris County.
Wake County's looking.
And Wake, yeah,
A lot of counties are looking.
Russ Smith at Wake County Schools.
You know, I'll tell you a quick story. Back in April, I was the chief deputy in Brunswick, still working, and the sheriff came in my office. He said, "Hey, you want to go see this demo they're doing in the training room?" And I said, "No, I've seen every demo. You know, been on the school board, you've seen the wedges, you've seen all this stuff." But something told me to walk back there. Well, I walked back there. I retired in June. Went to work with them. That's how much I believe in that. And my daughter is a teacher in Brunswick County at a private school. She was in public schools for 10 years. And she's at a Christian school now. We just installed them in their school. Well, they did a lockdown about 3 weeks, 4 weeks ago, back before Christmas. And she called me, she's like, "Hey, you wouldn't believe the sound when, you know, they gave us a lockdown. You could hear the rhinos locking in and how much safer we felt." Charter school in Smithfield.
Yeah.
Charter School Smithfield, we installed them, and when the principal rolled it out to them before the installation, she said she actually had teachers crying. They were so happy.
So you could provide us with the list of the schools that they're in so we could check with them?
Absolutely.
Well, I do just want to thank you both, all three of you, for presenting today.
Is it okay about that?
Yeah, well, that'd be great. Thank you.
And let me introduce, I'm sorry, Neil Erskine. Neil actually lives in Holly Ridge, and Neil's on our sales team. But I'm sorry, I don't think I brought enough products. Well, are there? Just enough, I guess. And I want to make sure that
We will discuss it, and we will let you know. We'll obviously bring our safety team up, and they're going to do the next presentation for us. But thank you so much for your time today. At this point, I'd like to ask Mr. Anderson and the safety team to come forward, please.
Well, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Glad to be here. Appreciate the opportunity to talk to you this morning about safety in our schools. We're going to provide a very high-level overview of safety. As you probably know and can certainly understand and appreciate, there are some things regarding safety in our schools that we do not want to discuss in an open session, in a public meeting. We certainly welcome your questions, but if we tell you we can't answer that, please understand. And we would love the opportunity, if so desired, to further discuss these things in a closed session and do a more detailed presentation. But I'm excited this morning because in my discussions with other in school systems across the state, at conferences and so forth, we hear what other counties are doing. We hear presentations and best practices, and I can tell you most of the time we're doing those things. We've already implemented those things. So there is a lot going on in safety, and we are also very fortunate for two main reasons. As you know, the safety position was split into student safety and school safety. And we hired Mr. Silverstein as our executive director of school safety. Why that's so important is his background in law enforcement, his experience in doing risk vulnerability assessments, creating EOPs, emergency operation plans for school systems and municipalities and other agencies, and also providing education, awareness, and training to the staff. So we're very fortunate to have Mr. Silverstein here. But also, I'd like to introduce Chief Sarvis. We're very fortunate to have the partnership that we do, and I'll say that I'm not aware of any other school system in the state that has the commitment that we have from the Sheriff's Office, and that partnership and that daily working together and with the SROs. So those are two huge huge benefits and pluses for our school system. And I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Silverstein, and then we'll turn it over to Chief Sarvis, and they'll tell you a little more about what we're doing in terms of safety, and then we'll be glad to answer any questions you have. Thank you.
Sir.
Good morning. Happy New Year. Thank you for the opportunity to allow me to come and present a little bit about our safety program. It's a great honor for me to be able to do that and make this presentation today. If you don't mind, I'm going to kind of walk in here, if that's okay. I feel more comfortable if I can move rather than be handcuffed, so to speak, to a podium. Mr. Anderson stole some of my thunder this morning already, but I do want to just give a brief overview of what we're currently doing in new Hanover County Schools to keep all of our campuses and staff and students safe. And like Mr. Anderson said, welcome any questions you might have. Glad to be here and glad to answer any questions. I am not the most technical savvy, but I was given a block of instruction on how to use this today, so hopefully it's working well. So I'll stand out of the way so I'm not blocking. So this is just basically our presentation. I am the Executive Director of School Safety. Mr. Anderson already introduced me, so I don't need to go into any of that. I want to talk about our physical and operational safety. As he said, we've broken it into two different sections: operational safety and student safety. So under operations, we have certain things that we do. Emergency operation shelters. If there is severe weather in New Hanover County, if for some reason residents are displaced from their homes and the county needs to open up shelters, our schools act as shelters. So I work very closely with emergency management from New Hanover County. We're in constant communication about a lot of things, but specifically for hurricanes and weather disasters. If there was something on the horizon, they would notify me. We would start spinning up resources we need to make sure our schools are ready to house people that are displaced. I would then, if we had to open up our shelters, myself and other personnel would go to an emergency management office and we would manage everything going on during that time period. Whether it be providing more resources, providing transportation, things might be needed at the schools, people might need to get from their homes to our schools. Whatever it is, that would all fall under our operations. Another area, playgrounds. When you think school safety, we all think the big, huge things, problems at our schools. We don't always think that playgrounds is an area where we have to worry about safety. Myself, along with a lot of other maintenance personnel, are certified playground safety inspectors. What that means is we regularly check our playgrounds. The schools, on a daily, they walk their playgrounds and check and look for any safety hazards. Anything where a student might be a trip hazard, might be an entanglement hazard, might be somewhere where they can get their head trapped in between two pieces of the apparatus. If we see something that is unsafe, the school notifies maintenance right away. They go out there immediately and they fix it. If it cannot be fixed on the spot, they disable the piece of equipment, mark it unsafe, and make sure there's barriers around it so no children can get to it until we can then bring it up to safety compliance. So it's it keeps us kind of busy because kids when they're playing in the playgrounds, they're as rough as they can be. I have one, and he's told me about stuff he's done at playgrounds, and I just a couple times done that. So I understand how kids can be really rough at playgrounds. Accident investigations. When there's an incident at one of our schools fill out an accident report. Those reports get funneled to my office. I review every single one of them and see if it was caused by a safety issue. If a student or a staff member or visitor tripped over an uneven sidewalk, that's a safety concern that I am involved in. I would reach out to our maintenance staff, say, hey, can you go look at this school, look at the sidewalk, look at this tree root, look and see if we need more mulch. They would go out there that day and they would address the situation. They would make the corrections needed, or again, block it off until it can be fixed. So every one of those accident investigations comes through my office, and we make sure that we're addressing them immediately. OSHA, any OSHA reports also are filed through my office. Traffic. So here was a personal frustration for me. Before taking this job, I was just a dad in New Hanover County, and I used to wait on those drop-off and pick-up lines. Some of those days were more stressful than my 27 years in law enforcement. And if you've been on those lines, you can understand and appreciate that. So when I was offered this job and received this job, I thought, okay, good, I don't have to worry about traffic lines anymore. Then I realized it falls right under my office of dealing with the traffic now. So I work regularly with law enforcement, with the schools, with parent groups to see how we can better facilitate the drop-off and pick-up procedures at our schools. And it is an issue. We have a ton of people living in New Hanover County that bring kids to school on a regular basis. And we can tell the parents, this is nothing against parents, because we can tell them over and over again, hey, you can't park along this road, you have to come in through a different route. But we all know how some people are. People are just going to do what they're going to do. So we come up with different creative ways, whether it's being cones, whether it's using law enforcement to assist us, whatever it is we can do to make sure that our traffic is flowing as quickly and safely as possible. Because the number one concern is making sure that during drop-off and pickup, no one's getting hit by a car, that there aren't accidents in front of our schools, that there isn't anything dangerous happening at our schools. So we work really hard to make sure that traffic is flowing the way it should. Safety data sheets, those are sheets about chemical issues at schools. Those come through my office. I review them as well and make sure that there's no chemical issues going on inside of our schools with cleaning supplies or science supplies. Drills and inspections. I'll talk about drills a little more in depth further in the presentation, but I mentioned that our playgrounds are inspected daily, so our school grounds are inspected parts daily, parts every other day, and parts weekly to make sure that there's no unsafe conditions in any of our schools. I go out to schools on a regular and I meet with principals, meet with staff, and I walk the grounds as well and say, hey, we can maybe improve something over here. This is looking good over here. Let's see about changing this. I'll talk about locked doors in a minute, but that's one of the main things I love at every campus is making sure our doors are always locked continually. And I'll go into that in depth in a little bit because it's a passion for me. So, drills and inspections are kind of a regular for me, and the operations, anything to do with buildings, grounds, and we use cameras. So the way I look at it and the way it's explained to me, anything to do with protecting the integrity of our buildings falls under operations. That means making sure that children and staff are safe when they're in the buildings from any outside elements, whether it be weather, whether it be intruders, whether it be chemical disasters, any of that. Keeping our buildings and our grounds safe kind of falls directly under me. Cameras fall under me. I'll talk about that more in depth later. I have a little section on cameras. So that's just a quick overview of what operations covers for school safety. We also have student support, which also works in school safety. Student support handles things such as long-term suspension and discipline issues. So when there's fights between children and kids in school, that falls under student support of what they do after that. If students are disruptive or cause problems or make threats, that falls under student support. Behavioral threat assessment is really, really important. Anytime there is an indication that a student may potentially pose a threat to a school or other students, the administration at that school does a threat assessment. They have threat assessment teams. They fill out that threat assessment team. They fill out that threat assessment with counselors, with staff, with law enforcement. They have people involved to do that full threat assessment, and then they determine if the threat is credible, the severity, and what steps need to be taken after the assessment is done. And that happens quite often in our schools because we don't want to say something like, he was only kidding, that's not a real threat, and turn and walk away from that. We investigate every potential threat in our schools because we don't ever want to miss a single possible threat that could become real at one point. So there's quite a lot of, that happens quite often in threat assessments. Not that, I don't want to give the impression that our schools are currently under threats, but we all know how kids talk. And with social media these days, kids post things on social media. We get copies of screenshots that, kids are saying back and forth, oh yeah, I'm going to blow that place up. It's kids talking, but we can't look at it and say it's kids. We investigate and take everyone seriously. They also update the student handbook regularly. We are responsible for school risk management plans. Every school must have a risk management plan in place and uploaded to our state website. That is regulated under student support. CPR certifications and recertifications. Certain members of staff at every school are CPR certified. We make sure that their certifications are always up to date. And trespass process and letters according to board policy. So if there's an issue with a person at a school and it violates our board policy and they could potentially be a threat to our school system, then we have different steps we can take with warnings, trespass letters, whatever it might be, working with law enforcement to find out our best course of action for that individual, and it's all handled on an individual basis by what takes place at the school in that event. So that's a quick breakdown of student support. Now this, emergency operation plans. This is kind of the Bible for our school. This is what we work with for safety. We have a district-wide emergency operation plan, known as our EOP, and a campus emergency operation plan. The district-wide one is kind of like an umbrella emergency operation plan. It kind of gives the basis for what an emergency operation plan should look for, and it's kind of general but not specific to any building, any campus. It covers district-wide issues. It's a blueprint for other emergency operation plans, and it's updated regularly. I'm currently in the process of updating ours as we speak. I've been working on it this week. I'll continue next week, and there'll be a revised edition probably put out sometime next week, because we always look at it and see, hey, are we missing something? Do we need to add something? Do we need to change something? So that's a continual thing that we do, and that's being updated as we speak. The campus EOPs. Every school must have one, and that is their playbook for if an emergency happens in their school. They look at the district-wide one, they say, hey, this is how we handle certain emergencies. Now we tailor it specific to our school. This is what our school needs to do if this was to happen. I come from a law enforcement safety background. Most teachers do not come from that type of background, so their focus all day is teaching students, getting kids the proper education, making it a good learning environment. So this stuff is not on the forefront of their mind like it is on mine every single day. This is why we have these emergency operation plans, because if something happens, law enforcement, they go on instinct. Teachers go on what they're training in the EOP, and they can always refer back to, this is what we need to do for this. Okay, this is how we handle this. So these are crucial documents, and that's why they're updated on a regular basis to make sure that we are always ready for whatever could happen in our schools. And it says here, specific procedures and guidelines for responding to man-made hazards, natural disasters, and technological failures. Extremely important, staff has to have a working understanding of both documents so that if the situation arises where we need to put one into play, they know what to do. And we'll talk a little bit more about that in drills in a little bit. All of our administrators, all of our principals and assistant principals must and do have the ICS 100 and 700 Incident Command and Incident Management certifications. Those are offered through FEMA. They're free courses. Our principals and assistant principals take it at their leisure. It's a lengthy course, but they go online. They start and they continue as they have time. But our principals and assistant principals have to have this. So, school level safety teams. Every school in our district has a school safety team. It's specific to their actual campus. On that, it's comprised of school administration representative, the school nurse, the SRO, counselor, social worker, head custodian, other teacher representatives that need it, and front office staff member. The purpose is education, awareness, training at the school level. At least one monthly meeting will be designated as a tabletop exercise on handling threats and hazardous incidents at their campus. So this list we have right here, we don't define specifically who has to be on that team, because each campus in our district is different. If we look at an elementary school, their needs for their school safety team are different than a high school and different than a middle school. So every school is their own entity when it comes to making their school safety team. And they put on the people who they feel best would fit into that program. If you notice, we have a head custodian on here. Our head custodians probably know as much, if not more, than most people in school what's actually happening in that school. Because a lot of people, when they're walking through the halls and they don't even pay attention to the head custodian. They have conversations in front of that custodian. The custodian sees what's happening in the school, sees what students are up to, sees what goes on in the bathrooms, sees what goes on in locker rooms. So they're a valuable asset to have on our safety team, just to give us some insight and input as to what we may not be seeing on a regular basis. From there, we have our district level safety teams. That's overseen by the Executive Director of Safety. It includes a representative from each school level safety team and emergency services and first responders. We are so fortunate in this county that we have such a great working partnership with our emergency services. You see the representation of law enforcement here today. Lieutenant Brown will tell you that we would talk daily a lot of times. If we have a concern, an issue, something we're not sure of, I make the phone call, they answer it, and we resolve the issue. Fire department, both Wilmington and New Hanover County, work very closely with them. When we call them, we have a question, we have an issue, concern, they deal with it right away. Emergency medical services, same thing. We have an issue, we have a problem, a concern, we call them. They all come to our district level safety meetings because they are that sold and they buy in that much to what we do here. Along with emergency management. Emergency management is a huge asset for us, and they are also at every single one of our meetings. We meet a minimum of 1 time per semester. The purpose of that team is education, awareness, training for school-level safety teams and administration. It includes a district-wide tabletop training exercise every spring. So, for anyone who doesn't know what a tabletop exercise is, what that is we sit in a room like this, and we present a situation, a scenario of a potential threat, potential disaster. And we say, okay, here's the situation, here's the problem, work it out as it would be at your school. If this incident was happening at your school, how would you work the problem? And you use your collective minds and you work the problem, figure out what's the best way. Using your EOP and your district-wide EOP to figure out the best solution for dealing with that situation. So what our district level teams do is they kind of funnel stuff down to our school level teams. What takes place at our district level meetings is funneled down to our school teams. Safety Management Committee, also overseen by the Executive Director of Safety, includes emergency services, first responders, emergency management charities, same group including our nurses that was included in the last group. We meet every other month, and our purpose is periodically review safety protocols, set direction for district safety teams, and coordinate activities between agencies. So we kind of have this great team up here, funnels down to a smaller team, funnels down to our smallest team. And information flows back up the same way. If school safety teams say, hey, this is what we're lacking at our school, how can we do it? We work the problem up and we figure out how to make it better at that school. So these 3 committees and teams are extremely valuable and they work very well. And everybody on those teams is committed to being there. Because anytime we call for a meeting, yep, I'll be there, yes, I'll be there, when can we do it, when can we? And there are times that people are calling me, hey, can we schedule another meeting because I have some things I want to discuss. So, extremely valuable asset that we have. Some safety practices. We do drills on a regular basis at New Hanover County Schools. First one I'm going to talk about is lockdown drills. Lockdown drills often in the media and even within amongst our personnel gets confused of what a lockdown drill is. A lockdown drill is when we lock down our schools for a potential threat to our schools. The number one people think when they hear lockdown, oh, active shooter. Because let's face it, that's everyone's biggest fear, correct? That's one of our that legitimately keeps me up at night. So everyone is thinking, the media so pushes the whole active shooter narrative. And I'm not saying we don't take that seriously, because we do. However, our lockdown drills are not active shooter drills. Our lockdown drills are done so our staff and students know how to lock down in an emergency. What that emergency could be a threat inside the school or a threat taking place outside the school. A lot of times, if law enforcement knows of a situation happening around our school, maybe they're doing a high-risk warrant, maybe there was a motor vehicle pursuit that ended near our school and potential violence was happening at that stop, maybe there was gunfire in the area. Law enforcement, with our school administrators, would decide, okay, do we need to lock down our school? And if we feel that's the safest method to keep our staff and students safe, we go into lockdown. Doesn't mean there's somebody inside of our school. It means this is what we're doing to protect our kids from a potential threat in the area or in school. So lockdown drills are done at least once per semester. And the purpose of all these drills is to test the readiness of the students and the staff. We do our drills, every one of our drill reports comes to me, I review it, see how it went, and I look at it, and we look for ways to improve the next time we do our drill. We also, the staff can assess, okay, how did our teachers respond? How did our students respond? What are issues? Was going out this door an issue because there's obstacles in the way? Whatever it might be, our drills are done to test our readiness. So if, heaven forbid, there was an actual situation, we know what to do it. I come from a training background. The way you get proficient at something is drilling and training and making it as real as possible while safe. So us doing our drills is our way of making our kids and staff proficient if it's ever needed to be done. If you listen to sports personalities, football personalities, football players, coaches, they will say the hardest work is done during the week. When you show up to game time, it's easy because you've done all the prep work first, so game time's a little bit easier. So it's kind of that mentality a little bit. We do our drills as real as possible, so when game time comes, we're ready to go. So the drills we do our lockdown drills, and those are separate. Law enforcement will actually do, when there's no staff present, no students present, and off time, they will do active shooter drills in the school so they can train how to respond for that. That's different than these drills we're talking about. They do their own drills and we work with them. We give them any access they need to our buildings to do their training because we want them as proficient in our schools as possible. So these are separate from their drills. Tornado and severe weather drills, we do those annually. Earthquake, we do annually. Fire, monthly, and school bus evacuation is annually. The school bus evacuation is submitted to our Director of Transportation. All the other drills are submitted to me and I review them and then see how we can make them better. I've kind of beat this up a little bit, but it's a passion for mine because I know how important our drills are. How do we physically secure our campuses? So here's some things that we currently have in place. I'm going to break down each one of them and then I'm going to wrap up, I promise. Cameras, AI phones, locked doors, and school resource officers. So I'm going to go into each one of them. Cameras, we have close to 2,000 cameras district-wide in and outside of our schools. There are more being added regularly. I have a great working relationship with technology. As a matter of fact, me and Mr. Anderson had a meeting with technology just yesterday, talking about how we can further our camera supply and make our cameras better for what we do. So I constantly get calls from school, hey, Chuck, can you come look at my school? I want to think about maybe I might need some cameras here or here. So I'll take a representative from technology. We'll go out to the school. We'll say, all right, I see the need for that camera here. Let's see what we can do. Technology, they say, okay, it can work here. We can do wiring. I don't get into that technology. I say, yes, I want to be able to see what's happening here. Technology, figure out a way to put a camera up there, and they do it. Providing, funding and all that stuff, but we look to ways to add cameras and make our cameras more effective. AI phones, great asset we have in this county. An AI phone, for those of you who don't know, and I'm sure most of you do, but I'll review it quickly anyway. This is what you see at the front door when you walk to every school. This little gray or white box up here in the corner. The way it works is a visitor comes to our school. They push that button. The camera shows the image of you on the receptionist's desk phone right there. They then see who is at that door. They can then have a conversation with that person saying, yes, can I help you? What do you need today? Oh, I'm sorry, my daughter left her lunch at home. Here it is. What's your daughter's name? So-and-so. Okay, please come in. The office is to the right. Walk to the right. Sometimes it's that simple. Other times, the person might not be so accommodating on the end of that phone. And we tell our staff, you do not have to push that unlock button if you don't want to. If you don't feel that it's safe or appropriate to unlock that door, don't do it. That's our control right there. That's our first level of control right there, is not letting people in the building who don't want in the building. They can have an administrator go and talk to that person. They can have one of our SROs go and meet that person's front door and further the conversation. They don't have to let every single person in just because they ring that bell. So I say it is a great asset we have, and they truly, truly are. And we're always looking at places where we need more and adding more additionally. As schools are changing, as construction is changing, we're adding more of these phones because they are a phenomenal tool that we have. Locked doors, another big passion of mine. We work very hard to make sure every exterior door in our school buildings are locked whenever students are in class. It's imperative. In today's day and age, it's unfortunate. When I went to school a long time ago, this was not even a thought. In today's world, there is no way this cannot be a paramount thought. So we focus on this a lot, making sure every door is locked. Every visitor is required to check into the main office through that AI phone I just talked about. We currently have 434 electric locks in our district. So the way those work, just like many of you came in through this door, we have our swipe card. And certain cards give access to certain doors. So staff and law enforcement can move through our buildings quickly if they need to get a certain part in our school without having to worry about doors being unlocked or taking keys out. They can get through a lot quicker in and out of doors. It also keeps track of who goes through our doors using what swipe card. All classrooms and offices currently have push button or thumb turn locks. It wasn't that way in the past. When I started, in case you can't tell, I'm from the Northeast. When I started in law enforcement up in New Jersey, I would do assessments of schools. It was amazing how many schools the teacher would have to walk outside, put the key in the door, turn the key to lock the door, then close the door behind her to secure her classroom. It just, again, many, many years ago we didn't worry about that. Today we cannot not be concerned with that. So the county has changed. All of our doors and locks have push button locks. We continually educate our staff on the importance of making sure every single door, exterior door, is locked and secured to our campus. It's an ongoing thing for me, and I said it's a passion for me. I have 2 students in New Hanover County Schools, so it's professional and personal for me. I want to make sure that if my kids are safe, everyone else's kids are safe. And if everyone else's kids are safe, then my kids are safe as well. So this is a passion for me, and I think I've said enough about it. School resource officers. We are extremely fortunate to have our partnership with law enforcement. This year, for the first time ever, they have committed at minimum of 1 SRO in every single school in our district. We haven't had that before. Last year, it was elementaries would share SROs. They would go as needed and call. And does anyone know my friend, Mr. Murphy? He wrote a law, Murphy's Law. He says that what can happen will happen at the most inopportune time. So when do you think happened at that elementary school? When the SRO was 2 schools away. So they have made a commitment to put an SRO in every single school, 4 in our high schools. And tremendous asset for us. When I'm done, Deputy Chief Sarbis is going to come back and talk more about that as soon as I'm done, which is very shortly. Any questions, comments, or anything I can assist you with in understanding? Oh, the hands are going up. We'll start ladies first.
So you said there's cameras. Who has access to the cameras and the footage that's on the cameras?
So every principal in their school has access to the cameras. I have access to the cameras. Our technology group has access to the cameras, and administrators have, central office administrators have access to those cameras as well.
Okay.
Mr. McManus?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to take your job, sir.
He might let you have it before it's over with. When there's a threat and you're going to develop your assessment, your process, what happens to that individual that made the threat until you've made the assessment?
Great question. Great question. So what happens if we have a student that potentially made a threat? Because a lot of times students will put posts on social media about another student that this student said this. So it's not we don't know that's a credible threat, but we notify law enforcement and we notify the school administrator, and they will then go and find that student in school, bring them to the office, and notify the student's parents as well. And then they'll start their investigation, but they'll make sure that that student is not an actual threat at that moment.
But there are students, as you said, that make threats.
100%.
And so what is happening to that student while you're getting ready to make your assessment? Do they stay in the class? They stay
No. The teacher and the administrator goes and pulls them and brings them to the office. And then they have the conversation. They notify their parents. Law enforcement, again, the SRO will go and assist with that. And they start with an interview of that child, making sure there's no actual threat that he can pose at that particular point. So that's the first thing we do, is secure that child.
Ms. Walker?
How are you guys handling this new phenomenon, the SWAT calling? Because I know we've had a couple instances separately, I think.
We've had two. Just prior to the break.
Because that goes down many levels.
It does.
Yeah.
And swatting has happened for a long time. In my whole career up north, I was part of our command for our SWAT team, and we dealt with those on a regular basis. Just like those threats we talked about that we think are incredible, we can't say it's not credible until we determine it's credible. So what's happening, law enforcement and the district responds to it as if it's a real incident, because we can't not do that. Behind the scenes, law enforcement with FBI and other resources are pulling data, pulling records, trying to see if they can actually find who is actually making those phone calls. A lot of times it's next to impossible with technology, what it is today, but they don't stop trying to find it. So we make sure, and the first thing, law enforcement's first goal when they get there is to determine if it's a legitimate threat or not. So that's what they're first determining. When they see, hey, it's not a threat, we still clear our buildings. We still do everything we're supposed to do because we will never not take it seriously.
How was the communication protocol with parents, though? Because I know the last time we saw the line out the door, parents trying to get their kids out of school.
Well, the issue at the last one was it happened during dismissal time.
Oh.
So parents were already there. So my buddy Murphy showed up that day. And as you remember, we were about to start a board meeting that night as well. So he was really in effect that day. So but communication goes out. The school sends out communications. Our communications division sends out communications as well. And they work together, the schools and our central office communications, they work together making sure they're sending out the right messages to parents and families in the area.
Ms. Bradford?
2 questions.
Yes.
Under student support, the school risk management plan is on the website. Is that public or is it just internal?
That is on the state website, which you have to have access to.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, I'm going to cut you off, but our emergency operation plans are also private. They are not available to the public either, for obvious reasons.
One of the questions I had further for the Rhino Wear demonstration was about the unlocked doors, and it's really awesome that you care about unlocked doors. Is there a consequence for those who are habitually leaving doors unlocked?
That is done at the school level, and that's the school administrator's job. Not for me, because I'm one person for 45 schools. The school administrators need to address those issues and deal with those teachers as they see fit. I'm not in a position where I'm going to tell an administrator, hey, this is what you need to do with that person. I'm in a position where I'm going to tell an administrator, you need to make sure that door is locked every day. And then it's up to...
So in some districts I've worked, there is a policy that all doors, classroom doors, have to be locked. And so if the board so chose, they could write a policy to say that all classroom doors, because every administrator has a key to get in. So even during regular teaching times, that door has to be locked. That was a safety protocol that we used in other districts.
Ms. Barnhart?
I loved hearing about the regular safety meetings that we do just preemptively, but the reality is we have had instances in our district. So I'd love to hear, do we do debriefing where we allow kind of those table talks, but then also we have some schools that have sistering campuses. So we've talked about district level and individual school, but some of these schools are connected. So do we have opportunity for them to collaborate as well?
Yes, great question. So yes, after every large incident we have, we're going to do a debrief session, either that day or the very next day while still fresh in everyone's mind. Senior staff is involved, I'm involved, the superintendent is involved, law enforcement is involved as well, and if possible, administrators from that school. If the administrators from the school cannot be for a debrief, I go out to that school and meet with that administrator personally, get their feedback, get their information, and bring that to our debrief. So debriefs happen as a regular, because that's how we learn. That's how we get better. And our debriefs are not judgmental. They're not saying, well, I'm here to find out what you did wrong. No, I'm here to find out what we can do better next time so this doesn't happen again. And your second question, yes, there are a lot of campuses that are joined together. That's why those campus-wide safety meetings, the district safety meetings that we have, where it's met every other month, and the large one, they're all together in the room, and they all collaborate. And when we do that tabletop I talked about, they will work together because their campuses are joined together. So yes, they do work together on a regular basis.
Can I add to that?
I'm sorry.
There's a great example that occurred just recently that as soon as you asked the question, it's the first thing I thought of. We were at one of the district level meetings, and one of the school representatives made the comment, we're good, we understand, we know the layout, we know what we're supposed to do at our campus, but we're not really familiar with our reunification site. And then no one had thought about that. And then all the school representatives were like, yeah. So at a principals meeting, we discussed it, and we encouraged them to reach out to their counterparts at the reunification site, take their staff over there, wherever that space is, become familiar with it, you know, talk about the different roles and where they would be stationed. So that collaboration happens a lot at those district level meetings. And that was just a good example.
Mr. McManus, why don't you take us home?
I'm sure you're aware of this. Rolling rice, for example, I just want to share a lot, considerable numbers of parents are parking over in the park. And when I go by during those times, there are hundreds of kids who run across College Road, and some against the light. I've seen that. Now, I guess the reason I brought that up is, where do we fall in the arena of responsibility, or do we, knowing that those parents are parking in the park because there's not enough line? I understand the rationale for it, because they can't, front row light's not that big. So, but those kids go at dismissal time, it's scary. And they're young, they're all middle schoolers.
Right.
So help me, just so I ask the question, I feel.
What I will say, Mr. Anderson may want to add to this, but I will say, currently, what happens at any campus, the principal sends out emails at the beginning of the year and through the year. This is our drop-off and our pickup procedures. These are the things we need you to do to keep your children safe. These are the things we cannot do. We cannot park here. We cannot do this. We cannot do. Those emails go out regularly. Then I get a phone call. Hey, Chuck, can you come look at my campus? We're having parking issues. Parents aren't doing what I tell them to do. Really? Wow, that's odd. So, sorry, I'm a little sarcastic being from the Northeast. You probably understand that. So, I'll go out there and I'll look at it, and sometimes I'll talk to the parents, and I'll have conversations with different parents about, hey, this is why we do it this way. Can you understand? I find that if people know the why, they're more likely to do what we ask them to do. If they don't always know the why, they'll think, I have no reason to follow that. So I'll try to explain, this is why we do it. Look how unsafe it is. But unfortunately, people are going to do what they want to do. So my next step is I contact law enforcement. I said, hey, we have a traffic issue at one of our schools. Kids are crossing the road. It's not safe. Can we get a deputy out there for a little while? Okay, we'll put a deputy out there and have them like slow traffic down, control the flow of kids going across a little bit. But in fairness to the sheriff's department, their commitment to put an SRO in every school has stretched their manpower extremely thin. So a lot of times I would call Lieutenant Brown and say, hey, Lieutenant, can I get a couple, where am I going to get my deputies from? He works with me and finds a way to make it work. However, it's a challenge for them as well right now. So that is what we currently do to try and rectify those situations. But they happen, well, yes, I understand that, but it happens at so many campuses throughout our district that we don't have the manpower or the resources to affect that change right now.
So Laney has the same problem, as evidenced by an unfortunate accident just recently. When I'm out in that direction, the same thing. I see the kids pouring across the highway at the busiest time of the day, whether it's early a.m. when all the cars are coming in and or when they're dismissing. I just wanted to bring it up because I guess what I'm asking is, are there any legal expectations from the school that can deal with those kids who are doing that for their own safety and for accountability from the school? I'm just thinking we could do a better job, maybe, hopefully, to try and make it more visible that we have expectations from our students. And if you're caught doing something you're not supposed to do, we're going to deal with that because it's for your safety and our responsibility to do our best to go ahead.
So I'm not sure, like, when we say, is there anything like suspension, those types of things that we can do for them? Technically, the bail, I don't know what rule they'd be breaking.
I don't either, that's why I was asking the question. But we do know that the kids are pouring across the street to roll the rice. I've seen that.
And Hanover.
Well, all of them, and Hanover. Matter of fact, I almost hit a kid at Hanover one day. So I'm saying something's going to happen, and then someone's going to say, why you do something about it? We may not work it, but we need to address it, I guess is what I'm saying. Now, if you're saying our authority stops when they exit the school campus, it's not the sidewalk part of our campus that they're walking up to cross the street. I'm not trying to be difficult. It's just, we're talking about safety, And those are major potential safety hazards.
I think there are two issues. One is we do need to provide that safe crossing. And I work with the city, I work with DOT, we work with law enforcement. You'll see some capital projects that are going to be submitted in the budget. So we do need to provide that safe crossing. Enforcement is the challenge. I mean, there is a safe way to cross North College Road. There is a stoplight, there is a signaled crossing. There is a safe way to cross College at Human Craig Park. Whether they wait for that signal or they try to run across, those are the enforcement issues that are difficult to deal with. But from an operations standpoint, we're focused on providing that safe access.
And I think that, I hate to cut this discussion short, but we're well over time already, and we have, this is part of our later on discussion also, is talking more about safety. So I want to thank you very much. I think at this point, we will hear from the chief.
Yes, thanks for the opportunity to come speak. I will be here all day, so if there's questions offline, I'll be here. Chief Sarvis, I'm going to let him take over, and he's going to probably do a great presentation as well.
Well, good morning, Mr. Chairman of the Board of Education. I just wanted to stop by briefly, and I'm very cognizant of the time that I have, but I wanted to basically just tell you, as Chuck had already talked about, we put I think it was real important to highlight this. We put a SRO in every school, as he has already said, last year. The sheriff is committed to keeping our schools safe, and we realized right off the bat one of the best ways to keep our schools safe is have an SRO at every school. We had them at the middle schools and the high schools. And we are the largest sheriff's office, sworn sheriff's office in North Carolina. But I want to go one step further. We provide more school resource officers than any other agency in North Carolina. So that kind of speaks to the commitment that we have to keep our students safe. And I want to commend the board and the staff, the administration staff, for hiring someone like Chuck and his focus. And I think just sitting here and listening, is the first time I've listened to him give a presentation, and maybe you too, but it was very thorough, and it is a breath of fresh air. I have been with the sheriff's office for today, ironically, 31 years. And this is the first time that I have noticed the thoroughness, not that we didn't have thoroughness before, but to that level. So I just want to just commend you and for the things that you have highlighted and saw. And he is working with our SROs. And I want to bring up my staff momentarily to introduce them, who are the boots on the ground, who they don't necessarily call me. I run the day-to-day operations for Sheriff McMahon for the whole agency. So the SRO program is just one portion. But we have a very good staff, and I'd like for you to come up, all of you, if you would. I want to introduce you. But we did add 18 SROs, which covers all of our elementary schools last year. And it's very important because we did have one SRO covering 3 different elementary. They would spend a couple hours at one elementary, then they'd go to the next one, then they would go to the next one. And as Chuck talked about Murphy's Law, and that's what I was concerned with, and Sheriff McMahon, and we realized we had to do something. So we went to our county commissioners, went to our county manager, and we told him, we've got to fix this. It was something that we realized right off the bat. So we are committed to working with the school administrations, where Chuck and the school board, to make sure that our schools are safe, because I know that's paramount in every one of you, your mindset is keeping it as safe as possible. So I want you to know we're dedicated, we're passionate, and we're committed to making sure that that happens, and we'll do whatever it takes to make sure that happens. And my staff here are part of that. Major Johnson, who actually oversees 2 different divisions, one being the patrol, which the SROs fall up under. Major Johnson has been with us almost 30 years now, and he has worked as a school resource officer for a number of years in our schools, as I have too, and Sheriff McMahon years ago. And then we have Captain Blanchard, who is one of the captains in the patrol division, and the SRO program actually falls under her purview. And then she has a very fine Lieutenant Brown, who worked as the school resource officer commander until recently, and he got promoted to assistant division commander of our support services division. So we asked him to be here today, and then the person who's taken his place is Lieutenant Gore. And all of these individuals here have got a lot of experience in patrol, a lot of experience in the sheriff's office. So very capable, very capable. But I just wanted to introduce him. So you'll start seeing Lieutenant Gore around more because he is the SRO commander and very capable. And I would like, without any further ado, and if you have any questions that we can specifically, I've got certain things I can talk about, but I am cognizant of time. So I wanted to just give you an opportunity to ask any questions that you might have, and we're happy to answer them.
Ms. Craven?
This is more not a question, but to just let you know that across the state, we are the envy of many school board, of every school board out there. And I have been asked to do presentations at some of these things where they're like, what? Your SROs do that? What? And so I just wanted to thank you on behalf of our school board and our county for what you do for us, because we are the envy of the state for the fine work that you guys do and the commitment that you have to our staff and our students.
Thank you.
And I'd like to echo that. I was actually at an elementary school, one of three, where it was covered and kind of rotated around, and it always, whenever something happened, it was usually when the SRO was far, far away. So I want to thank you very, very much for putting one per school. I think that's excellent. So I want to thank you all very much.
And I've given out your number or your email.
That's fine. Perfect, perfect.
Mr.
I cannot
McManus?
thank y'all enough. I remember the days before we had them, and I remember when I got my first one. But I also remember when I ran for the board, several of us here, there were at least one group who was adamant to do away with SROs. Mm-hmm. Matter of fact, that was on a questionnaire. We answered it and got in on time to be support SROs. So you've made the biggest difference in our school safety.
Thank you.
Ms. Bradford?
But thank you for that, because your presence, and a lot of people don't understand, they say they don't do anything. Students will go to ISRO officers and tell them things that down the road will make safety for a lot of things and or expose things. They relate so well. So I want to make sure everybody knows that. They are worth $1 million.
Thank you.
That's pretty sure
Ms.
now.
Bradford?
You must stop. Thank you, Chief Deputy Sargis
Thank you.
and Mayor and Captain Blanchard. Thank you. I appreciate what you do.
Thank you very much.
Anyone else? Well, we do thank you very much for your time today, and I'm looking forward to working very closely with you guys.
Thank you.
And lady. Okay, at this time, we will carry on, and I did fail to mention if there is a time that you need to use the facilities, please, we're all adults, so use them as you need to. We do have a break at 10 o'clock. Just get in, but it's going to be a little after 10 now. At this point, we're going to jump into our calendar discussion, please.
As a former high school principal, I cannot imagine doing the work without the SROs. They are definitely partners in this line of work. I want to begin, I stepped back and I said, we have new members on the board, that there's information that I have not shared with about the calendar. So before I take any questions, I just want to kind of give you guys, step back and kind of give you some of the information that I've given to the previous board. So I will start by just letting you know that I was charged to facilitate this process. I like to remind people that I was charged to facilitate this process. And if I'm being honest, the first meeting, I don't think I did as well of a job facilitating as I did the last two. The last two, I truly stepped back and facilitated the meeting and allowed those in the committee to do the work. So I just want to state that. And my goal is not to lean you towards either calendar. I make no bones about it. As a chief academic officer, I think balanced semesters where students get the same quality of education the first semester and the second semester is what's best for students. But that is what I have been charged and what my experience shows. But I just need you to decide what calendar we would choose for New Hanover County Schools. So I just want to say that. So let me just present some facts for you. That first, the committee worked and agreed on a calendar. They wanted a calendar with 1,050 hours. The state says the minimum is 1025. That's the minimum. You can do 1025 or 185 days. The calendar committee decided we wanted to do 1050. Two reasons. One, we don't do anything minimum in New Hanover County Schools. And the second is the extra days that it would allow us in case we had some weather or other issues. So you have to think, if you go down to 1025, if a pipe bursts at Laney would have to go back to school and make up that time. So we didn't want to put anybody in that situation. Secondly, we can only use remote days now for inclement weather. We've got 5 days throughout the year that we can, let me back up because I said that. We can use remote days for 5 days of weather. We cannot do it like we did before and just choose to put in remote days. But if we have weather, the state says we can use remote days, but only 5 of those before we would have to make up. Also, the committee felt it important to have balanced semesters. What do I mean by balanced semesters? What I mean is if Patrice goes to school and takes an AP Stats first semester, she gets the same amount of days and time of instruction that Stephanie does second semester. Even though the AP exam is in May, or if it's the Math 2 course or the Math 1 course that our students actually take. The committee felt that was important. Also, we've been asked how many students actually take college courses. Of our roughly 25,000 students, we have roughly 1,154 that take CFCC courses. The majority of those courses are taken online. Ms. Varnum and I have actually been working behind the scenes with CFCC to actually work with them on their scheduling. And I'm gonna be honest with you, it's eye-opening when I saw that the majority of our students take CFCC courses or taking them online, but they are. And our instructional hours are our days are 6 hours. Our elementary go about 6.5, and our high school might go a tad bit longer, but we have to go with the minimum. And we cannot count class change. We cannot count recess. We cannot count lunch. So when you talk about the 1025 minimum hours, we have to count instructional hours. Now, before I take any questions, I have a couple of pieces for you. First, I just wanted to just give you the previous calendars. I know you know, but I just thought that the more information, the better. I'm sorry.
I've seen it, huh?
Okay. The next thing that I want to give you is aligned semesters. So one of the things that we have been working with our counselors on is if a student takes a CFCC course this semester, we want that student to take the CFCC course the same periods next semester. And that's for you guys to see it. So let me just walk you through this. So this is the goal and what we've been working on. And I want to direct your attention to the calendar schedules example. And this is actually a student's schedule. You will see that this student takes first period at the school first semester and second semester. Does everybody see that? Her first semester is online. You will then see both semesters, her CFCC courses are second and third. She also is a student that's taken NCVPS, which is our North Carolina Virtual Public Schools. So her other courses are online. So she has that course online. So in first semester, she has her first block at Laney, second and third, CFCC, and her fourth block is actually an NCVPS. When you look at the other semester, you will also see that she has her second and third at CFCC, and she has another block online. This is, oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, to help them follow, so if they go over 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, that column that says rooms, that's where you tell if it's, it says room, so 134 at the top, and then CFCC, CFCC, home, home, home. Home, home, home are the online classes.
They're placeholders that the
Of course.
counselors are putting in.
And then CFC, of course, you know CFC is, and then the class, and then if you skip down to say where it says quarter 3, that's the next semester.
So when we talk about alignment to make sure that our students don't have the issues, this is what we're talking about. And this is something that our counselors have worked hard this semester, last semester and this semester, this year to do. So, the committee, lastly, I'll say, the committee worked hard and developed some calendars. They decided to bring calendar A and calendar B to the board and ask that one of those calendars be selected. So I will be asking you on Tuesday to vote on that calendar so we can begin doing what we need to schedule behind the scenes coming up in our high schools. It's very important that we can go ahead and let our data managers get to work. So I'll take questions.
Ms. Walker?
Yes.
Well, I think what I took from both the committee meetings and last year's was that overwhelmingly they liked the schedule that ended in December. And they were willing to submit a calendar to us that broke calendar law because that's how bad they wanted it. And I feel like we need to listen to that because I feel like we're getting feedback. We are all getting a ton of it. That is overwhelming what this community wants, the parents want, the students want. The only way we do that and not break calendar law is to adjust so we can have both. The other thing I looked at also was the 6-hour day, not counting recess, and I have been informed that recess is supposed to be included in K through 5 by law. Well, I have the statute. I don't know.
I can also, because it is not recess,
Yeah.
not counted unless it is planned instruction.
Well, I don't know where you got that. I know what I read in the, oops, shoot, sorry. It's fine, you can leave it. That basically said that it has to be included by statute. So I don't know why we can't, as a board, adjust our time, our instructional hours in a day. And just sticking with 6 is making it so much harder for us to do it. It's clear, I know what y'all prefer. I mean, the district or administration prefers the balanced semesters, but I know that's not what our community really wants. I mean, it's not that they don't want a balanced semester, it's just that I feel like they overwhelmingly want to have that break by Christmas. And I know what I've also learned too is that if we want to make things work, we're going to have to adjust our instructional hours in a day. And I know that's how Pender does it too. And I'm not using Pender always as an example because we're different. But at the same time, I mean, if we're going to make this calendar work the way our community wants it and the way our parents want it, then we really need to look at that.
Well, I will just say a couple things from what you said it is my understanding, and I always like to say my understanding because I just call people in positions that I think would know, that Pender does a structured recess, and they actually extend their time that way. But we looked looked at and proposed to the calendar committee extending the day. That is not something that the calendar committee wanted to do. But we did propose it. If you go back and look, we talked about that in the calendar committee as well.
Well, I also looked at the average bell schedule for Parliamentary, 7:45 to 2:30. And y'all aren't counting recess, but if it is true the statute says that recess is counted K through 5, you take 25 minutes off for lunch, you're still at an average of 6.33. I feel like they're already there. I'm not suggesting we add more time to the day. And I was also setting the bell schedule for high school, and it's 8:30 to 3:40. I mean, if you take out transitions and you take out 20-minute lunch, I mean, you're almost at 6.5. So I feel like they're already doing that. I think, you know, giving them credit for what they're doing is important. And I mean, I think as was proposed to be creative, that's what we're going to have to do. And I know North Carolina allows local school boards to decide structural hours in the day. 6.0, being stuck with that number is going to make it hard for us to do what we need to do.
I just tell you what number we looked at what we currently have, because we have to go with the lease. So if high school is here and elementary is here, we cannot we have to go with the least amount that we have in a day to present to the state.
Well, I'm sorry. Oh, no, it's okay. Go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Payson. So you're the facilitator. Is there a head of the committee for the
board chair? The board members are the head of the committee at that time.
No, board, you are the, well, Dr. Faust, the advisory committees, the school system employee is the subject matter expert who leads the committees. We are just a member, so we don't lead that. In the olden days they did, we don't do that now.
And just
Board members
for
chair.
clarity, administration is here. Like, we
Right.
don't have it's not what we want. We are 12-month employees, so we're going to be here regardless. What we are saying is, in order to provide an equitable schedule, this is what you get. When the statute does say, if it's including PE, that's including a structured PE. So we'd have to, a recess meaning, so at elementary, so what that means at elementary, you can't do free play.
Right.
You have to have a actual lesson plan, because it's only structured when it's a lesson plan that accompanies that. And so what I think Patrice is saying, when we look at the lease, so you may have a school A that has a 7-hour day, but then you have another school that their day is 6.2. So even though the 7 is over here, you have to go with the 6.2, because the state will pull it and audit it, as we had to readjust our year-round schools. And we had to go back, we had to count, and we made some changes, because they will audit those, what's in Power School. Power School is open to the state, so it's just not us. So whatever we put in, we were talking about that master schedule, is what's going on behind the scenes.
And I also want to just go in, even when we play with the time, I know we're talking about the 20 minutes, even when we play with the time, we still had such a difference per semester, right? Because if you change the time for first semester, you're changing it for second.
Well, my question was, who is in charge of leading the committee? Because in my understanding of what the calendar committee is, they are tasked with creating a calendar that falls within all the guidelines that we have to follow, which is following the law. It's something, I know we were updating our policy. I put it back to policy. I'd like some more discussion with that. But that has always been a rule. The reality has been, the last 2 years, is there has been a waiver with COVID that we have had more exceptions in such that we can create our calendar. Am I understanding this correctly? Please stop me at any point that I'm not. So the board asked for the calendar committee to present to us 2 calendars, but the calendar committee created a calendar that didn't follow the rules, and they're presenting it saying, well, why don't you just want to pick this one? But the whole premise of us creating a calendar committee is saying, hey, there's a lot at play here. In our very diverse population for New Hanover County, we have a lot of barriers we have to overcome. So you guys are doing the due diligence, the committee is.
And that is why I insist that we bring a calendar that does not bring them on. So you have a choice. Now, is it what the calendar committee No, the other calendar overwhelmingly is what the committee wants and what we are hearing our community wants. But this is why I insisted that we bring both, because you have the choice. You have a calendar that is traditional A, that does not break the law. And you have one that the calendar committee felt passionate about, and they said, we want to bring it anyway. We want to bring this calendar.
Ms. Walker?
Well, I know there was a third choice, and I think you told us last time they didn't want to bring that one.
No, I didn't tell you that's what they, if you go back and look, that's
Well,
what they
okay.
said.
That was the calendar committee.
Thank you.
There were three, and the third choice was, obviously wasn't what exactly I think administration wanted because of the semesters, but the alternative was to break the law.
So let me just say, I just want to say, if you go back and look at the calendar committee, and I think Mr. McManus was great, I facilitated that meeting. So, like I shared, in my position, what I think is best is balanced semester. But that was not what I was tasked. I was tasked
I'm not
to
finished.
do the work of the calendar committee. Am I correct?
Well, I'm not finished, so I was just, no, I was just going to say, I mean, as a person that, now we're in the situation where it's causing a lot of grief for high school students, and we're getting feedback about it, and we really tried to deal with that at the beginning of the year, the school year. And I went back and I did all the research on last year's calendar where the committee recommended a different calendar and it got switched at the end. And I just don't want that to happen again. We as an elected people, we have a task as well, which is to listen to people in our community and what they are asking for, what they need. And, I've been put on calendar committee, and so I don't do anything halfway. I try and research as much as possible. And I'm looking at the manual that says that instructional hours do include recess for K through 5 per statute.
But what about, this is what I want you to think. If I change instructional hours for first semester, I change it for second semester as well. So I'm still creating an imbalance of instruction.
I'm not suggesting changing anything. I'm suggesting looking at the average bell schedule. I know you talked about looking at the least one, and I know it does say in the law as well that you don't necessarily, every school doesn't necessarily have to be exactly the same. But if I'm looking at the average, 7:45, I think you say you had kids in this district, 7:45 to 2:30.
Mm-hmm.
And if the law says that you count K through 5, and I feel like, and you take out lunch, you're still getting over 6 hours. I just don't, I want the schools to get credit for what they're doing.
What the law says is the one we submit to the state. We can't submit to the state the high school hours and get credit for that in elementary.
No.
What the law says is we
I'm
have
saying
to-
elementary. I'm saying elementary. I
Okay,
calculated
the
6.
law says we have to submit the one with the least hours to represent, right?
6.33, that's what I calculated with that.
Ms. Craybill?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify for folks that in Board Policy 2230, it says that the superintendent and the board will form advisory committees for the specific purpose to be chaired by New Hanover County staff. The board does not serve as the chair of board advisory committees. The board chairperson will appoint one board member to each committee. The assignment of the individual board members to these committees will be published each year. So for advisory committees, you are the leader and we are members. And then you advise. You bring, just like you've done, you bring what the committee wants to the team. And we just adopted this policy, in October, November. So that is how we're set up.
Right now. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Mr. McManus?
I'll be quick, but I know Mace wants to say something. I was appointed to the calendar committee last year. So what I did, and everybody was there, is I said, I'm here to observe, because there were considerable unfortunate conversations that the calendar was manipulated from different groups, including leadership here, outside, etc. And I said, I'm here to make sure that I hear and see everything that happened. I will not participate. Walker was there.
But you're supposed to.
Well, if necessary, but I didn't. And don't let that smile get you, Craybill. So I kept my mouth shut and listened. Turned it over to the committee. And that's the way I believe it should have been done. You were there. And you answered questions when necessary. We had parents, we had students, we had representatives of schools. Did we have everybody that was supposed to be on the committee? No. Are we ever going to have it? Back to accountability, but probably not, because people have issues. I understand that. But they talked, they discussed it, they made the decision to recommend those two, one preferably, which was the closest with what, 2 days if I remember, and the other was like 8 days.
Yeah, 21.
Or 21 days, and then, but anyhow, they didn't see. So I don't know what we're gonna do, because if we recommend the one that's as equal as possible at this point, we were told by the board attorney, because I was willing to vote to do it, regardless of the policy. I'm not sure it's a law, but when the attorney says to me, a board member, you shouldn't do it, I'm not gonna vote to do it. Now, that's the dilemma we have, and that's where we are. So we've got to come up with something.
Ms. Mason?
My question is, what is the flexibility on the teacher work days? Because if we're splitting those evenly across both semesters, that's going to create that imbalance too. But if we add more teacher work days to the end, wouldn't that bring more balance to the semesters?
We can move. Go ahead.
Can I answer that? So that answers where Mr. McManus was saying that there was a calendar before. And then in November of 2021, the board came together, called an emergency meeting, and said the teachers need a break. So what we had done prior to is we had put like 15 work days at the beginning of the school and maybe 13, I'm making these numbers, so I have to count them, at the end. So they got more school days, and so you didn't worry, but we had all these days at the beginning. And so they said, teachers are tired. So it would say, call it a snow day, call it whatever, use these days. And so you can go back and watch that emergency meeting. That was when the calendar committee was going on. In addition to, the board was looking at the, I think it's balancing the, oh my gosh.
The semester days.
No, it was the training for discipline.
Right.
And then we also had, the state was making us do literacy training. So schools were having, elementary schools were having to come up with ways to get the literacy or letters training in, because that was a state mandate. And so when that came out, the teachers need a break, they put back in dates to make sure that there were breaks in there for teachers to have parental conferences after a semester ends or after a 9-week end. It gave them other dates. So yes, you can balance it, but you can put 12 or whatever days at the beginning, and you can put them at the end and take out those teacher work days and put all instructional days in there, and it'll.
But what we did, actually.
If you look back at your calendars from the year before, and when I say that, like 2021, and if you look at, I don't know about 1920, because that's when COVID hit. You'll see all those teacher work days at the beginning, and they're loaded with teacher work days. And then if you look at the end, I'm not necessarily saying when we start at school early, but you'll see that's one way you can do that. But there was no undermining of the calendar committee of changing the calendar. It was specifically, we sat down and said that calendar will not fly if you submit that one, because teachers are saying they need a break. They're tired, and we're having to get all these trainings in, and those are state mandated training. Then we had, those are board trainings to do the discipline. We had to get those behavioral trainings in for those schools because it was geared to the suspension. That's exactly what happened.
I'm sorry, I gotta say it. One of the issues, and definitely I support all of those students, 1,100 plus or minus, who have conflicts, and we need to make that work. Originally, Dr. Faust actually talked about that, because that was a concern. And the response was the principals, which I agree, do what they very well can, as best to their schedule, to accommodate those kids. And so you have to be very creative to allow those kids to go. But what makes this very unusual, I've never had as much response of an issue from the school, even non-school parents, anyone in general, that want exams and first semester to end by Christmas break. Regardless of anything else we've discussed, legal, illegal, work, they want overwhelmingly. I bet I had 100 emails.
Yeah.
Now, we have 25,000 parents, 25,000 students, 50,000 parents, but that's strong. And that's, and everybody in here is getting it.
Ms. Mason, and when you look at the work days, we have put as little work days as possible in the first semester because it's shorter.
Right.
Right? So we really did that with the calendar. The only place we put work days were holidays, and they were not work days, but when the semester ends. We did not, we have to give teachers that time when the semester ends. So we didn't put any extra work days in the first semester at all because it is so much shorter if you were trying to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it just.
Yeah. Dr. Faison, I am really struggling. I agree with Mr. McManus completely. And, you know, if it's all about the children, if we're here for the children, we have to do what's in the best interest of the children. And balanced, as you know, is in the best interest of the children. So the idea of the days, and the hours in the day, is there any stone that we've left unturned there? Structured recess for those that are the weakest. Is there anything that we can do? Because
Let me just explain, because I don't think I'm explaining this correctly. Okay. So if I had 10 days in this semester, and I have 20 days in this semester, and I have 6.3 hours now instead of 6. I still have 6.3 here. So these kids are still getting more instruction. So just because we say, oh, our kids are now going to school 20 minutes more a day, if we count recess, 30 minutes, 20, 25 minutes, 25, 30 minutes more a day, they're still doing that on the other semester too. It does not change the instructional time because the days are longer. I mean, not the days are longer. We're going more days. So if you're going to school for 10 days in the first semester, for 7 hours, okay, let's just say that, and you're going to school for 20 days in the second semester for 7 hours, you're still getting more instruction on this side of the semester. So that doesn't matter when we're talking about the imbalance. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. Okay.
So what are other schools doing? What are other schools doing?
The majority of the districts in the state do the traditional calendar. There's no question. The majority of the state, I mean, there's no question. It's not even close.
And these that you gave us are showing us that in years past, pre-COVID, we were...
Ms. Walker?
I disagree. I know my daughter remembers, she graduated in 2017, that there were plenty of years that they ended the semester in December. And I think she reminded me, she took a lot of AP classes, she said, you know, your first semester is going to be a little bit shorter. And they adjusted for that. It's about quality over quantity. But I just want to stress too that, what we're really concerned are the high school students, most of all. That is the schedule that is really concerning. And when I went back and watched the calendar committee meetings for the first year, or the year before, overwhelmingly, the staff that was there were basically like, I know they were asked an elementary school principal, she was like, look, I'm gonna just defer to my high school colleagues because they're the ones that have to deal with all the calendar and the conflicts. Mm-hmm. The law also says that we must ask parents, and I know overwhelmingly parents are saying this is for their high school students, this is what they want for us. As far as the hours in the day, all I'm trying to do is, I was just curious, calculating the average right now, counting recess, which the law says to do, it is 6.33 for the average. And so I feel like I know you're talking about first semester, second semester, but what we're tasked to do is do the total hours for the year. And so when we were calculating that, and you're doing the instructional hours in a day, I mean, it's clear right now, they're already doing more than 6 hours, at least according to what the law says for counting recess. And so I just don't know, I know we're not, we don't want to do more, which is the high school, which they're currently doing more than 6, I think it's almost 6.5. If we count the lowest, which is the average of the elementary, you're talking about 6.33 already, and if we just do 6, there's no way we can make the calendar work and stay within calendar law as far as the dates are concerned. And I think there's a third calendar we probably should bring up and look at. If it's between what the community doesn't want and, what's breaking the law, then I'd rather see the third one. At least we can work with that.
So 2 things. The hours, the committee, we're talking about balanced semester. So you're talking about different things. You're talking about what the state says, the 1025, versus what the committee was saying was important to them. So when you're mixing the two, so I just want to make that. I also have, I do have Calendar City. Now, I want to say to you, I have a copy of Calendar City. I can share again with you Calendar City, I have. But I have to say to you, the committee said do not bring that. I can share it. If that's the board's pleasure. I have copies of it because I want to make sure I am just doing what the committee asked. But I will do, of course.
Actually, what the board asked.
Well, I will do what the board asked now.
No, the board asked for the committee,
Oh, yeah, the committee, yeah.
for those to listen.
I think it's really important for us to listen, and what we do as an elected official is we need to make our voices heard. And I shared with you guys a resolution that another county had adopted. So I'd like to make a motion right now that New Hanover County adopt a resolution representing the fact that they want to see more local control of calendar flexibility in the law.
We can do that on Tuesday night.
Okay, on Tuesday night,
Yes,
okay.
yes, well, I appreciate that.
Just kidding. My follow-up with that is the question to me becomes, because as my background as an educator, if I'm going to be judged, because that's what we're doing, we're holding you accountable for teaching, if I'm looking at 2 different semesters and I have to teach the same content, but in one semester I have 21 days less time to teach it, but the reflection in my evaluation of myself and my students is going to be graded the same. So I want to clarify that too, because while I understand I want to, I did the math of the 1,154 kids out of the 25,000 we serve is roughly 4%. So it's not that I don't want to, and I've already spoken to some of our representatives, and I asked the question, I said, I'd like to know what the consequences are, because if it's a fee, I'd like to present it to our board to go ahead and, pay the penalty fine. And one of the representatives said, typically, when they talk in a group, because there's been a lot of discussion across the state, because a lot of people have been discussing this idea that this is a bad law and one of the feedback from a representative said, since this is dealing with calendar law, and right now there's waivers for our schools to operate under different things, they said one of the things that they have been discussing is potentially a consequence to no longer allow calendar waivers to districts who decide to defy law. In New Hanover County, how that could apply to us is that we could no longer have year-round school, restart school, and any other school that's built into that. And so I was like, well, I don't think that as a board we would want that to happen. And that was just me having a conversation. But I think that this is one of the things that the frustration is. Our job is to take in the information. And now I think we need to do something with it. And for us, on the board level, is to take it to the state level. And so I guess that's something we'll discuss on Tuesday night, but I'd love for us to consider that.
Absolutely. Would you take us home, please?
She took us home.
Oh, she took us home?
Yeah.
Well, at this point then, thank you very much. We will be discussing
I
this.
just need to say,
Okay,
Tuesday night, I was bringing the calendar up for approval. We gotta get started behind the scenes with the high school work.
I want
Thank
to
you
bring
very
some
much.
armor.
Yes?
Let's bring some armor.
I'm going to go ahead and jump into the next thing real quick, and then we'll move because we are getting further and further behind. So the next item on our agenda is committee assignment discussion. What I would ask is, would you please submit to me no later than 5 p.m. Tomorrow your 5 top requests in order, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I will work diligently and have those back to you by next week so that we can move forward. Again, I will definitely get them back to you by Tuesday. I do thank Ms. Craybill for all her hard work putting this together. I think there is a lot of movement that we could have. I know some people are dead set, I want this one or that one, and I do want to be honest that, there's, I've already been, some people have already said, hey, I want this, I want that. I said, let's hold off and let's get this in place. But I think, not everybody can be on every committee, and I do, want to try to be as fair as possible with everyone, give everyone. That's why I'm asking for the top 5. Like this is what I really have to have, and if I can't have that, and I will do my very best to make it an equitable and fair committee for everyone. You know, I would like to look at some things like, I think like curriculum, I know we're only have one person on there. I think that'd be a great place to have at least 2 people on, but we'd have to go back and change our policy on that. Ms. Crable.
Yeah, and to your point, Mr. Waterboard, we can always, board members can attend any committee that they want to attend. But on committees that have voting responsibilities, only the board member that is selected as the designee would be the voting member. So if you want to go listen at curriculum, you know, you're welcome to do that and then give feedback, you know, and you're even allowed to participate. And so that's one thing to remember. The other thing is I just want to remind us that we are not observers on any committee. We are active participating members on the committees to which we are assigned. And so we have 1 vote equal to every other member on the committee. So for us to say that we're going and just sitting and watching and observing as a committee member, that would be shirking our duties, our responsibilities as a board member assigned to that committee. So I just want to remind us of that. And then that's why I tried to put on this form, at least it describes, and you can, all the committees that are listed on here, you can find in our policy that says the number of people. But in the board committee column, where the number of people that are listed there are the number of people that our policy 2230 specifies. So that way, you know, you're wondering why do we have like 3 names in some and 2 names in some and 1 in the other? It's because that's how it lines up with policy 2230.
Well, thank you very much. Okay, at this point, I'm going to condense our agenda just a little bit. Why don't we move, we'll take a break, and then we'll move into our closed session. So I would entertain a recommendation, or a motion to move into closed session pursuant to NCGS 143-118, 11, 1, 3, and 6 to consider personnel matters and maintain the confidentiality of personnel records under NCGS 115C, 113 through 129, 321, I'll get it that one time, to prevent the disclosure of student education records and personally identifiable information rendered confidential under Family Education Rights and Privacy Act, 20 U.S.C. 123G, and to consult with the board's attorney and preserve the attorney-client privilege.
So moved.
Okay, do I hear a second?
Second.
All in favor of going into closed session?
Aye.
All opposed? We are in closed session. Why don't we take a, why don't we meet at 10:30? Give us a few minute break. Would you please send me either an email or a text message in your top 5?
Oh, already sent mine.
Working on it to catch back up.
Sorry?
We could
For the hearing on
have
Monday.
us set aside for lunch. I mean, we could have a working lunch.
Yeah, we could, yeah.
Yeah, instead of just break.
Okay, yeah.
I mean, I'm just throwing that out as a way to catch up.
Yes, sir.
All right.
I don't mind.
That whole thing? Good,
But
good.
you need to give me a copy of it.
Okay,
so
I'll
I
get it
can
for you.
read it. I ain't got it.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Thank you, okay.
Is this is for Monday or is this for today? But I would put that in your book bag or check it or it's not just sitting out.
We need to get like.
Okay, because I prefer in these meetings, my map, but I couldn't get it.
It's dry.
It's a table. It's a table. It sounds we started all shaking.
Miss Walker, what's going on?
Amazing.
Yes,
Awesome.
okay.
Thank you so
Here we go.
much.
All right. Don't be tripping and falling.
I mean, I'll try not to. I can't make any promises on that.
You want to put this behind the table instead of in front?
Well, I'm just trying to.
We can get, yeah. Amazing. You can move my stuff if you need to. I have a ton of nonsense.
Nice.
Do-do-do. Pay extra for that.
All you have to do is join to be on NHCS on Monday. Did you? Okay, I didn't get it. Oh, I didn't get it. All right, I'll go.
What time is it going to be?
So I'm thinking right after the hearing, we would all just go over to the studio and then, yeah, and then you can, right there, and stuff. And then you can watch each other's interviews. I did 2, 2, 3. So I think
How long do you think it's going to take total?
I'd say like an hour, and you sort of like gotta stay the whole time. Like once we can do it, it's like Ms. Barnhart said that she has a meeting, so I said we can do her cue first, and then you know. Yeah. But we can
Right, no, you're fine. As long as I'm done,
Walker, so I'm normally in.
as long as I'm done before, let's go pick up the kids, we're good.
Oh, yeah.
You know,
We'll
so, yeah.
Yeah.
It's not.
Unless, like, do you have to pick them up in the morning? Okay. We'll go.
After return, bathroom, garbage, all the things.
I did 2016.
Russell, I'm getting ready to put a crap ton of candy back in the office.
Oh, keep me away from it.
I don't
I'm
care
going
who
to the
takes
Bahamas
it.
next week, and I'm on a diet.
I know, me too. That's why y'all have.
Oh.
Yes, thank you, Jim, big word.
Otherwise, please, apple,
I brought mine, I sitting in the back room.
You want to take a minute? Say husband. Don't forget to say husband. Wait for us. Take this back.
It was for some deli trays, a meat cheese tray, They're ready? Okay, perfect. Well, I will see you shortly, thanks. Bye.
Testing Zoom audio, test, Zoom audio, test. Testing Zoom audio, test.
Test 1 2. Test 1 2.
structural hours.
more days.
Which one was it?
I'm sorry?
I think it was Mr. Williams.
What'd I do?
It was yours.
Okay, I broke it. What'd I do?
No, the table that was bothering us. Yeah, Crystal and I used to get that table all the time, so.
Oh, you
Did you
gave it to
switch
me.
it out, or
Thanks.
how'd you fix it? No. So if you push the chair or the leg all the way out and make sure it's the little,
Thing is all the way, it won't do it.
your table was the one that was bothering.
Of course.
So, yeah.
That's my role. We beat everybody.
Oh, it makes me so happy. It was pink. That's because I fixed it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's already fixed. Do you hear that? It was Mr. Williams. Yeah.
Okay, so I don't have it at all on Monday, so I'll see you right afterwards. Okay, then we'll do it Monday. Where are you going? I can do it another day. I'm gonna go Tuesday before this meeting.
More fun stuff on our, right in front of us. More fun stuff. Stephanie Craven. Yep, that's all. Stephanie, Josie. Nope, you got it. You're good. You're good. Where did you the plug went away. Where did the plug go? Well, it's been plugged in. Hang on, I might be okay. I plugged it in there. I know, like I've got 18 bags of things. I'm at 100, so. I mean, I may need one. I got a whole table to myself. I'm just saying. And it ain't squeaky.
It is, I know, we stopped squeaking. We investigated it. I think it was getting way down there. It sounded like it was here, but it wasn't.
In the regular.
What's the protocol? Joseph, that.
Josie. Ms. Walker.
Yes, sir. What did I do?
Make a motion to, that we all just leave.
Where did that come from? That's new. I was not here, dropped on me left.
All right, I think we're about ready to, are we about ready? All right, we are live. We've moved back into open session. Our first order of business on open session is budget overview and Esser funds.
I gotta hear that. Sorry.
Is everybody back?
We're doing-
Oh, got just about everybody back. How are you? Happy New Year.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. So I'd like to start with the update for Esser. That's okay?
I think we got it. Sorry, Miss Linton. I think we got a little reverb going.
Are we good? Okay. So, starting with Esser.
Still have it.
Like a techno group. Just pretend like we're in Europe.
So you all have a book in front of you.
Okay, so as you know, we received Esser funding. just, oh, okay.
There are a couple of mics on. Someone has a Zoom, is there a Zoom mic? That's the feedback that we're getting. Usually when your Zoom is open. Is there a reason why we have we always had this one open? Yeah. Really?
Go home.
As you know, at the beginning of the pandemic, the federal government recognized that there was going to be a financial impact to governmental agencies and nonprofit agencies related to the pandemic, and they provided additional support through federal grants. Depending on the agency and what grant was provided to that agency, the compliance requirements were different. North Carolina Public Schools received Esser funding that made up the majority of the federal funding received related to the pandemic. Esser grants provided to North Carolina Public School units were required to be spent specifically on learning loss, addressing the needs of special populations, addressing needs related to education technology, the prevention or minimizing, I guess, the transmission of viruses, and then also mental health services. And these are the only allowable uses for these grants. The Hanover County Schools receive Esser grants through Esser 1, Esser 2, and Esser 3. So there are actually 3 grants that we received, totaling approximately $88.9 million. So I want to go through before you, could you bring up our website? I don't have a handout related to the Esser update that I'm giving now because the information is available on our website. We actually have under the About Us section of our website, we have Esser information that provides the details for our Esser plan. Very good. Thank you for bringing that up. I appreciate it. So you see the information here. So I'll just go through. I'm not going to read everything on the website, but I just wanted to hit the highlights for you. And then, of course, once again, it's on the website, so you can go back and take a deeper dive as you have time to do that. The Esser 1 funding that we received amounted to approximately $6 million. And that Esser funding is 100% spent. That was spent as of September 2021. The Esser 2 funding we received amounted to $25.5 million. And this funding is approximately 88% spent. And the funding will actually, or the grant will expire September of 2023. So that's next fiscal year, 2024 fiscal year. Esser 3 grant amounted to $57.3 million. And that funding is 70% spent. And the grant will expire September 2024. And so that's fiscal year 2025. And as you scroll down, you'll see the allowable uses. And so these are the same allowable uses that I spoke to a little bit earlier in the presentation. And then if you keep scrolling, you can see the top 4 areas where we're spending. So we've actually combined this plan. So even though we have 3 different grants, we've combined those 3 when we're looking at the plan together on this website. So the top 4 areas where we're using these grant funds is in addressing learning loss, education technology, summer learning, which is also addressing learning loss and air quality issues that we have in our buildings. So those are the top 4 areas where we're spending the majority of the grant funding that we receive. And so if you scroll down below the graphic, you'll see some additional information. Because once again, these are the only areas where we can spend these grant funds. These are the only allowable uses. You see a little bit more detail here related to each of these areas that I previously discussed. And I'm not going to go through the definitions and the short write-ups for each area,
but I did want to point out for each area, the majority of funding being spent within those areas. So under education technology, the one-to-one initiatives where we're spending the majority of that funding that we set aside. Addressing learning loss. We are standardizing curriculum. We're providing instructional coaches, additional instructional coaches to our schools. Remediation services have been provided. And then, of course, our summer learning is also part of learning loss, and I think it's also discussed in a separate area on the website. And we just expanded that summer program to be able to provide those services to other kids that maybe in the past were able to attend any summer programs that were being offered. We provided additional services related to addressing the needs of special populations. So if you scroll down, you can see the details where I'm not, like I said, going to read all the items listed there. I'm just going to point out the highlights. So for the special populations, we've hired additional social workers and additional school counselors. And if you scroll down to the next four, here you can see where we are providing or we are using funding for improvement to air quality. So that's replacing HVAC systems. To help with improving preparedness and responses, we've increased our contract to provide additional school nurses. For mental health services, we've hired additional social emotional learning staff. We've purchased curriculum related to social emotional learning, and then we've also provided some professional development. And then, of course, the facility repairs that we've talked about in previous board meetings, doing those repairs to facilities, purchasing equipment and supplies to try to minimize the transmission of viruses. So any of the supplies that were related to that, like the wipes and the masks and the things like that. So that's what I have for our Esser update. And I will move on to the budget update unless you have questions.
Does anyone on the board have any questions about Esser?
I just have one question, and I don't know if this can be answered now or in future budgets, but we spent a great deal of money on one-to-one technology with the Esser funds, which are going to go away. Where do we plan on making that up when we have to replenish or we have to do the younger grades? So we won't have that money anymore.
So we'll have to come back and bring a response to that question.
Okay.
So the younger grades, so technically they do have devices. We provide K2 with iPads, and 3, 5 have laptops. They just don't have them individually, but they go into what we call I call them the CAL, the electronic CAL, where you put them in, but they actually have the devices. So the devices where we pushed everything down. So if high school had the older device, we now sent those to middle school went to elementary, but we bought the iPads for the K2.
So just to follow up, the replacement on that is going to be what, every 3 years on our technology?
I'm not able to answer that question.
You can't? Why not?
We would have.
I would have to get with technology.
Yeah.
Oh, because I thought that was announced before. I thought y'all said like 3 or 4 years. Oh, we can't talk about that now? Okay.
We weren't prepared to answer all of those.
Oh, I mean, it's just an easy question to answer. Okay, thank you, not you, I mean, you're not tech, so, thank you.
All right, and so we'll move on into a budget update. And I have provided at your desk a budget document, and I'm not going to go through this document, but I thought it would be good information to have. So this is the actual budget that was approved by the board initially, and you'll be able to flip through, and it gives detailed line items here for you and some summaries at the beginning of the document. And I just want the board to keep in mind that this was the initial budget. We have received federal funding after this budget was published, but this was our starting point. And so I have brought budget amendments to the board since this document was published. So the information, I hope that you have a handout at your seat there's actually two. One that says revenue, yes. and then one at the top that says budget. Perfect, yes, those are the two documents. So let's start with the revenue document, if you don't mind. I wanted to share some information related to that, and also how we project our revenue during the budget process. So, as you know, or you may not be aware actually, our revenue is based on student enrollment. And so, of course, when we're planning our budget, we don't know our student enrollment at that point in time, so we're projecting our revenue, projecting our student enrollment at the beginning of the budget process. And so the state projects student enrollment for us, and they provide that number to us. But we also, in New Hanover County Schools, work up calculations for our own student projections. Well, whenever we received the state student projections last year during the budget process, we compared those to our projections, and we knew that state number was high. So knowing that, we used our student projections when we were building our budget this past budget year. If you look at the top of the revenue page, I showed what the state planning number you see there is their projected student enrollment for us, and then I'm also showing you the state final enrollment. And so what will happen is after the second month of school, the state will analyze our student data and will determine what our student enrollment is for the year, and then they fund us based on that number. And so we last month, I believe it was last month, we received the state final student numbers for us in which they would fund us. And so that number is 25,083 students. So as you can see from this, the state student projection number was 694 higher than what students actually showed up. But luckily, when we were building our budget, we had planned for, as you can see in the middle of the page, 25,447. So while that number is still higher than the number of kids that actually showed up, it's not as high as what the state difference was. So what is very important for us to know here today is that our revenue that we have, that we build our current budget on, is too high. It's about $1 million too high. So we'll be working on a budget amendment that I will bring back to you. My plan is to bring that back in February to adjust our budget down by $1 million so that our revenue projections will be in line to the expenses we have budgeted. In addition to that, I want to just share information related to the county. So the county also does student projections, New Hanover County. They do their own student projections. And their student projection for us was 24,532 students. And so their projection was actually lower than the number of students that showed up. So if you compare the county's projection to what the state was using to fund us, the difference is 551 students. So if you consider the per pupil that the county funds us based on, 3,434 students, we are actually underfunded about $1.8 million. And that's based on the state's final student enrollment number.
Ashton, before you leave that, the unfunded by county, that 1.892, is there any way to recover that?
No.
Yeah, I will say the county normally does a projection and they build their budget and provide revenue based on their projection, and we don't do a correction later in the year.
Yes, ma'am.
So in layman's terms, we are now $1 million over budget, too much over budget, so we're gonna have to do cuts, is what you're telling us. You're prepping us for this.
Right.
Okay.
And, right. So I have my budget team working on this,
Okay.
and we are, every year we have, vacancy or lapse salary savings, and things don't cost as much. So we're going to go through and look at our budget now based on expenses and where we thought expenses would be at this point in time of the year, and determine what adjustments we can make, and then we'll bring that recommendation back to you and do a budget amendment.
And so I guess you need to share how, when the local didn't come in at the number that we needed, sometimes they'll get it and sometimes we don't. So these are not necessarily where the state gives you state planning numbers. Theirs is final. So when we take a budget to the local, when we get our local numbers, that's final. So when we talk to them in, I guess, March or May, when they give us those numbers, that's what you get. So we don't actually share with them the number, they tell us the number.
Right.
And we try to barter, but it's like,
And we do normally, so I say normally, last year was the first year I was really involved in that conversation. But we did share with them what our projection number was, and they shared what their number was, and they ended up funding based on their number. So, but we do share what our numbers are during those conversations.
And
over
the years, has that been less or more or about even out?
so the money, so they increased the dollar amount. So 3434 was the increase, and it used to be 28, I think 28 something. And so they gave us an increase of how much per student, but because of after COVID, I think some years we were a little higher, so we were almost at 26, 20, like 25 plus, and then COVID, and then of course it's the birth rate, so it has a lot to do with the birth rate, and when some years we will be up and some will be down. So what I would recommend, and I'll recommend again to our county, is that if they take a 20-day, like the 2-month, and then that will help us do better at planning, because what you have now is we're 1.8 million shy on this side, and then we're 1.8 million shy on the other. The way that we had to balance the budget from this 1.8, because that didn't come in. This one from the state actually did come in. We just knew not to use all of it because it was too high, is we had to go to fund balance. And we had to balance, well, technically it's not balanced right now, but in the beginning to balance the budget, we had to take away fund balance to stand the budget up. Because this dollar amount did not, the local dollar didn't come in where we needed it to.
Can I follow up on that? So with we were under, they estimated low for us.
Yes.
We came in higher. So we got almost $9 million less. Have we had a conversation with the county commission now saying, hey, can we not make this happen next year?
Now's
That's
the
what
time.
you were addressing
Yes.
just now?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
That's the next couple
We
of
have not had those conversations.
Need to.
I will say, if you look in your budget book on page 5, the bottom half where it shows the revenue sources, you can see that we used $8 million of fund balance to balance the budget this year.
And also, I forgot to have you, and Ashley and I go back and forth with budget. So, but one of the things that, this isn't including the 1.892134, that doesn't include the increase. So, I mean, the raises.
That's right.
So the state gave raises of an average of 4 point something %. This does not include, so this is what you see on paper that's short, but actually that's why she's now telling you it was 8, because we had to use fund balance to do the raises, because if the state says you're getting a 4% increase, then we have to do that 4% increase with the local, and you're probably saying, well, who are the local? So we have local teachers who are in the building.
How many, and you probably told us, I apologize, how many local positions do we have now?
I'm good. So we have that. I told Ashley, I said, I need local, state, and federal numbers, and she has that. I also have it in a packet somewhere.
Of course, I didn't bring that up to the podium.
I'll get it for you. That I do have. And Chris may have it also.
I think the number of local positions may have been 750, 755.
54, yes, that's it, 754.
That sounds right.
Quite a few. Carry on, please.
Okay, so on the second page, I've provided a budget summary for you. Actually, I've summarized the budget in three different ways, so depending on how you like to see the information. So it's the same budget, it's just a different, I guess, format or summary there. So at the top, I've summarized the budget by funding source. And so as you can see here, the state actually represents 43% of our budget. And local represents 24%, and a majority of that, of course, is New Hanover County's funding to us. And then third, you see the federal funding comes in at 20%. I do want to share that normally our federal funding is around 9%, but it's so much higher because of the Esser grants that are included in that number. In the middle of the page, you see the budget summarized by purpose function. And this is how you're used to seeing it through the initial budget and through budget amendments. This is how the board approved our budget at this level. And as you would expect, you know, a majority of our budget is spent on regular instructional services. But you can see the percentages there and the different purposes for those expenses or budgets. And then at the bottom, I thought it might also be helpful to provide the budget summarized by object. And so you can see here that salaries and benefits for our employees make up 72% of our budget. And if you were to back out our capital budget from that number, it would be higher. It would be more like 74, 75% of our budget.
Question?
Yes, ma'am.
Alternative programs and services under the middle category. Looks like that's $38.5 million. What are alternative programs and services?
So that's going to be any like at-risk services or mediation type services, any kind of summer programs that we provide that's not through federal funding would be in that category as well. Say again?
A lot of money.
Are there any other questions?
That's all I have. Thank you.
Oh, well, thank you. Thank you very much. And just in case you want to hear more about this, you're going to be hearing more about this in the next weeks and months to come, for sure. But thank you, Ms. Sutton, very much. Next on our agenda, we have the core training review follow-up. And I would like to start with just a quick question for each of you, because we've been hearing a lot, but we haven't been doing all that much talking. What is one important aha that you got from the core training? In case, for those watching, we went to core training last month for just about 2 days. Everyone was there, so I do appreciate everyone coming to core training. But what was one aha you got from the core training? And if you have one question that you may want to think about or bring back, and we can all discuss. And I'll start with Ms. Walker, because she has a hand up.
One thing that I think we took away, the whole room did, was the importance of calendar flexibility and what the School Board Association is doing on our behalf to try and assist us with calendar flexibility. It's not just an issue here, it's all over the state for the most part. That's my takeaway. It's
Did you
very.
have any question?
What's that?
Did you have a question?
Oh, do you want me to ask you a question?
You can do both since you got the floor.
Well, I don't know if that's a, what was I supposed to ask?
Well, you have a question. Do you have aha, and then do you have any questions? If you don't, that's fine too.
I do not.
Okay, well, that's wonderful. Who would like to go next? Thank you, Mr. McManus.
You're up.
Walker alluded to it. Everyone has got something going on. Each county had something. Listening to them when we had breaks, but everybody has something going on. And school board members are definitely a target, whether you agree or disagree. We had an individual board member who was now or had been on the state board and gave experiences from both levels, and I thought that was adequate. I mean, it was interesting to listen to people who had lived the situation. Some of our staff asked some interesting questions at the time, and they got answers. I think it was a worthwhile 2 days. I really did.
Very good. Do you have a question at all? Lingering question?
Well, so everybody knows, we were required to have the ethics training every 2 years, so that was the basis for us going. And of course, they had the extra. I guess the question is, I don't have a question.
Okay, you don't have to have a question.
I'll wait till later.
All right, now I'm going to look over at Ms. Graybill.
I thought this was great training. I had taken this 2 years ago at the very beginning, and I think all of us took the ethics in the beginning. I'm not certain which ones of us took the whole entire thing, because it's not required, but it is a good best practice, for board members to do. One of the things, two things that I took away. One, my favorite one was where we had the former school board member talk about how good superintendent board relations and how that worked, and gave some really good solid examples of do's and don'ts, where we could easily overstep our role as a governance body versus trying to do something body. And then my next favorite one was the school board governance, where the leader there talked to us specifically about what it means to be a school board member, and that we are not supposed to be doing the work of the people sitting over there and the man sitting right here, is that we're supposed to look at the strategic plan and hold them accountable for doing what we approved. And then the last thing, which I know we're all passionate about, especially several of our new board members, is advocating for our students and our school district, at the county and the state level, which I think we're already off and running, because two of our board members invited themselves to the House floor and basically went to watch and then got invited down. Hello, we're up here. But that's good, because that's what we need. So I think it's good. And what other thing I like about that is we get a chance to talk to other school board members from around the state in real time, and so that we can sort of commiserate on some things or share best practices. That didn't work with us, but this might try. So those conferences are always worth going to. And so I'm glad that we went, and Dr. Faust accompanied us, as did many other superintendents, which is always nice to see, where your superintendent is there learning right along with you. The only thing I didn't like about that was that we showed up in case law. And New Hanover County Schools shows up in case law like at every conference I go to. Not always the big ones, but just little ones that you forget that where we actually set precedents, in a lot of things. So it's important for us to make good, sound decisions. But it was a good one, and I'm glad we all got to go together as a team.
Thank you, Ms. Graybill. And you stole my thunder, but I'm going to ask Dr. Faust.
Okay.
Because he was there with us. So if you'd like to share some of your thoughts about it.
Sure. I valued the time of actually getting to learn and hear. As superintendent, of course, I know what superintendents do and have studied superintendents, went to school to do this job. And as a superintendent, of course, your role, and at the board conference, it talked about the shared role of board giving the broad stroke, and then I'll use it like we're the worker bees. And you evaluate based on the work that we're doing. And I think the other part was just getting the opportunity just to sit down at the table with everyone and get to know one another. I mean, your thoughts and how you think is like, well, how do you process? We got in trouble at one of our tables because one of the individuals, like, I'm listening, but we were processing something which we were having great discussion at our table. So it was like, yeah, you sat at our table. And it was good to have we occupied 2 tables. That's how many people we had. And I think we had the most, because I don't think there was another district there that had all of the boards.
There was like 2, but they only have 5 people.
Right. So the great part about that is to say how serious you are about and committed about the job that you're doing. And I think that showed a big investment to the district. And so thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank you. Ms. Mason.
It was a lot of information. There was a lot that, when you're going in, I've had this role as an educator for, so long, that not seeing the other side and not knowing the other side, there was a lot of information. So to pick one particular thing that stands out, it was a lot, and I took a couple days to process. But really just the the role that we have and really defining it much more acutely than what we've always known it to be was really, I think, what stood out the most. But also, as Ms. Walker said, the fact that other districts are going through a lot of what we're going through and making those connections with those other school board members across the state, all the way over on the other side of the world in the mountains, was really, I think, one of the best benefits is that now we have that communication, that open communication with these other schools and seeing how they're functioning, what they're doing, how they're addressing things, and you know, the pitfalls that they're encountering so that we don't have to encounter those pitfalls. And as far as questions go, there's way too many, so.
Very good. Ms. Barnhill?
So I enjoyed the fact that we were all able to come together as a group. One of the big takeaways for me is we are all a single person. So we're going to have varying viewpoints, for good, bad, or the ugly, and we come together as a unified vision to move forward what the board decides. And so I think as we move forward and have some of these hard and heated and passionate discussions, I'm sure at times that we're going to have, we're collectively working together for the goal that we want to see for the district. So that's big for me. And as Ms. Crabo alluded to, and Ms. Walker as well, the cross collaboration to know that other districts are going through similar issues and what we can do to come together to present a unified front of sorts to our state level is really important to me, because we are the eyes and ears for the state level so that they can make better decisions for our students all across North Carolina. And so as we move forward, that's going to be my question of how can we do this better? How can we articulate not only with one another in our county, but as we're moving forward, how are we articulating our needs and wants and desires or changes to what's coming, how we can do that to our representatives.
Excellent. Thank you. Madam Vice Chair?
Well, I'm going to echo some of what was said. Relationships were great for me, both the people in the room and with y'all. That was good. And for those of you who don't know, Ms. Barnhart and I were invited to the General Assembly, and when we got there, they were at a point where they were about to wrap up. We were in the gallery. They recognized us from the dais. They had us stand up. Everyone clapped. So that relationship, we had a couple other meetings on the, in that with legislators from Raleigh, and our goal is to have a stronger relationship with them. We're on the legislative committee if we stay on it, and we want to work those relationships now so that we have them when we need something. We sat down in Representative Ted Davis's office with him. We sat down in Charlie Miller's office with him, and that's a big step. And we're going to continue that. If Ms. Barnhart gets her way, we're going to constantly be going back and forth to Raleigh. But something else that came, the cross collaboration with others from around the state is going to be huge. But for me, this may be controversial to say this, but in these meetings for the last couple of years, I've seen everything referred to as the North Carolina State Board of Association says do it this way, so we do. But those are just suggestions. Those are just suggestions. And that's probably my biggest takeaway, that we don't have to follow their suggestions. And there's some freedom in that, and I like it.
Thank you, and I'll echo what everyone said. I think one of the biggest things was not only learning, because I think I know between running with all 7 of you, or all 6 of you, excuse me, at one point or another, but it was great to be able to roll down our sleeves a little bit and really get into some good work together. And also, as we've said, meeting some folks from other counties that have said this, oh, I had the same problem, or I had a similar problem, or everybody has problems. They work together, and I think that's the biggest thing. If we can work together, I think this group can solve any problem. So I do appreciate each and every one of you around the table, and all your hard work to this point, and all your hard work we will have in the future. So thank you very much, and thanks for everything you did at core training. We'll carry on at this point with our Robert's Rules / Procedures Training / Board Norms at this point, and I believe Mr. Weber is up for that.
right. And there he is.
Good afternoon, board members. Can you hear me?
No.
A little louder, please.
Okay, how about now?
No.
Not you.
I know.
He's never too loud.
Still no?
That's better.
It's getting better.
Okay, I will try to get as close to my microphone as possible. I'm going to start here by first sharing my screen. So let me do that so we can pull up the presentation. Can you all see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, perfect. So this should be a fairly short presentation. I appreciate the opportunity to talk with you about parliamentary procedure. You know, it's not the most exciting topic for a Friday afternoon, but it is an important one. So I'll just advance through the slides. If you have any questions for me, feel free to stop me, or feel free to save those for the end. The first thing I wanted to go over with you are the goals of parliamentary procedure. So when we're talking about parliamentary procedures, we're talking about having focused, efficient, and courteous meetings, and really what Robert's rules and other parliamentary procedures do. They provide a framework for your meetings, and specifically for resolving any kind of procedural disputes. The other main purpose of parliamentary procedure and the goal is to protect the rights of the majority and the minority and individual members. For the majority, it's, you know, their ability to get business done. For the minority, you know, oftentimes that means their ability to be heard, even if, you know, the majority decides something different. The last goal of parliamentary procedure is to protect the rights of the public, to understand what it is that that is happening in a meeting and what actions their governing body is taking. You know, there's often a bit of confusion around the difference between parliamentary procedure and Robert's rules. And parliamentary procedure is the generic term that's used to describe the rules used to run a meeting. Robert's rules is just one specific set of parliamentary procedures that is most commonly used in North Carolina by public school boards. There are some boards that use a different set of parliamentary procedures. The suggested rules for small local government boards by Fleming Bell, who's with the UNC School of Government. Robert's Rules of Order also has optional rules for small boards that are a little less extensive than the full rules. But in New Hanover, you use Robert's Rules of Order. And that's set out in your policy 2340. The current manual is the 12th edition. You know, another place to look for parliamentary procedure, it's not just in your, you know, in Robert's rules, it's in the board's policies themselves. So, there are a series of policies in the 2000 series of your policy manual that address specific aspects of your board's operations and procedures. Policy 2230, for example, establishes rules for development and amendment of your meeting agendas. Policy 2341 requires a quorum in order to take any action. A majority of the membership of the board constitutes a quorum under 2341. Policy 2342 requires a voice vote on all matters, and that the minutes of your meetings reflect a vote or abstention of each member unless the vote is unanimous. And under your own policies, your board members must vote on all issues unless there is a conflict of interest. The role of the board chair, it's really the most important role for any member on the board when it comes to preserving order and ensuring that the rules are followed. Policy 2210, duties of officers, provides that the chair presides at all meetings and preserves order at all time. And under your policies, the chair has the same right as any other member to offer resolutions, make motions, discuss questions, and vote on matters. The chairperson under policy 2210 also has the authority to rule motions in or out of order, to determine whether a speaker has gone beyond reasonable standards of courtesy in their remarks, to entertain and rule on questions of parliamentary procedure, and to call a brief recess at any time, and also adjourn in an emergency. With calling a brief recess, this is something the chair can do without a motion or decision by the full board when it's a short break, like a restroom break or something like that. If a member involved, including the chair, wanted to recess a meeting to a later date or a later time, that would require board action. But for short breaks, like restroom breaks, that's something the chair has the authority to do on their own. The role of the board chair under Robert's rules is to open the meeting, to announce the business before the assembly, to recognize members who are entitled to the floor, to state and put to a vote all questions that are before the assembly, and to be sure that the body understands the motion, and to announce the results of votes and enforce the rules. I did want to highlight here that, it's really critically important for a chair. It's a difficult role, but the chair's job in terms of restating motions and action that's pending is really important, so that the members themselves know what it is that they're voting on, and also so that members of the public know. And that can be difficult sometimes, but it's one of the most important roles that a board chair has. The parliamentarian, that is typically for school boards, your school board attorney. The role of the parliamentarian is to advise on matters of parliamentary procedure, but, and this is also important, the chair, not the parliamentarian, makes rulings on parliamentary procedure. So, oftentimes if there's a question about a particular motion or how to do something, boards will typically look to the board attorney, and technically the first place to go would be the board chair. And if the board chair needs advice or guidance on what to do, then the board chair would ask the board attorney to weigh in that role of parliamentarian, and it's the chair's ultimate decision as to any questions about what the rules are. Robert's Rules of Order also includes general rights of members, and those include the rights to attend meetings, to make motions, to speak in debate, to vote and receive notice of meetings. There are also general rules of decorum, including that the maker of a motion has the right to be the first one to debate the motion. Also under Robert's rules with regards to decorum, members are supposed to confine their remarks to the merits of whatever question is in front of them at the moment, and to refrain from attacking another member's motives, as well as to refrain from speaking adversely on a prior action that's not currently on the floor, and to refrain against speaking against your own motion and reading from reports, papers, quotes. That's only allowed under Robert's rules without objection or with specific permission. And these are examples of rules of decorum found in Robert's rules. It's important to keep in mind that the Board of Education also maintains policies that touch on decorum, including the Code of Conduct Policy 2120. And just one point of clarification on this slide, note that a member can vote against their own motion, but cannot speak against it in debate. So there's a distinction there. Just a few suggestions for orderly debate, efficient meetings. It always helps, and it's required actually under Robert's rules, to seek recognition from the chair before speaking. It's also important to take turns, stay on topic, maintain decorum, and also important to know your rules and to follow your rules. You know, these sort of basic things, you know, help promote the board's goal of having orderly and efficient meetings and getting your business done. So now I'm going to transition into just going through some of the most often used rules in a meeting. And I've set this up so it's a series of how do I, just so it's a little easier, hopefully, to follow and to use and implement. So the first one here is how to bring business before the board. And in order to do that, you know, any member obtains the floor by seeking recognition from the chair. That member then makes their motion, which is usually framed as I move that or I move to. Remember that the main motion is only in order when no other business is pending, that most motions must be seconded, that the chair should restate the motion in open debate, and that most motions may be amended, and also that motions can be withdrawn or modified if done before the chair has restated the motion. With this too, just remember that motions help to focus debate. So it's important, you know, for the maker to think through, you know, specificity as much as possible in order to focus the debate that the board will ultimately have. Just a continuation of that previous slide. Remember that certain motions take precedence over others. So a main motion has the lowest precedent, and a motion is not in order if it lacks precedence over the motion that's currently before the body. And under Robert's rules, this is the order of precedence. If you start at the bottom, there's the main motion. It has the lowest order of precedence, and at the top, the motion with the highest level of precedence is the motion to adjourn. And I have a helpful handout that I've shared with the board previously, and I'll share again, that talks about the various rules in an easy chart form with regards to, you know, how these motions work and what the order is. The School Boards Association also has copies of parliamentary procedure resources. I don't know if those were shared with you during the core training. The resource I like to share with boards was developed by someone named Jim Slaughter, who's a parliamentarian and I think actually a lawyer from the New Hanover area. And he has a publicly available chart that you know, I tend to reference and that I'll also share with you. So next up, how do you change the language of a motion that's been made? Well, before the chair states the motion, the member who makes it could receive and accept minor changes. The other way to do that is through a motion to amend. Remember, the adoption of a motion to amend only amends the question that's before the board. There then needs to be separate debate and a vote on the amended motion. And the amended motion must be germane, meaning it has to in some way involve the question raised by the main motion. And that includes, the amendment could be to accomplish an action that is opposite to that of the main motion, as long as it relates to the same question. And typically, motions to amend, they're made in the form of adding words, striking out words, striking out and adding words, or substituting language. Sometimes board members will try to offer friendly amendments, and they might think there's an easier process for that. There's not. It's the same as the motion to amend, whether it's done to help a motion pass or otherwise. It has to follow the same rules. How to debate a motion, take turns. right? Obtain the floor by seeking recognition from the chair. The chair should always allow everyone an opportunity to speak on the issue before recognizing someone for a second time. If the chair knows what position members are taking on an issue, the chair should alternate between speakers on opposite sides, and each member may only speak twice on the same matter and can speak for no longer than 10 minutes each time. So that equals 20 minutes total, which is really a long period of time. Some boards have actually on their own through policy limited that even further. For example, to limit the amount of time that a member can speak on the same issue to 5 minutes each for 10 minutes total. That's something that your board could do or any board could do. This is just the rule in Robert's rules. Also important to stay on topic, confine debate to the merits of the pending question, don't make personal remarks, and avoid questioning motives. How do you close debate and force a vote? Obtain the floor, seek recognition from the chair. To do that, you would make a motion to close debate, which is the formal way to do it is to move the previous question. Remember that the motion for the previous question requires that the person making it has the floor. In other words, it can't be made while someone else is speaking. You can't interrupt someone to do it. It requires a second, it's not debatable, and it requires a 2/3 vote in favor for adoption. If the motion for the previous question is adopted, the chairperson then must call for a vote on the pending matter. Now, if a member wants to limit debate, there's a different way to do that. A member could make a motion to limit debate and put a specific time in there. For example, I move that debate be limited to 5 additional minutes. That also requires a second and is not debatable and requires a 2/3 vote. I think, members most often try to close debate by stating call the question. That phrasing isn't technically correct, but it is, phrasing that a number of board members use. The technically correct way to do this under Robert's rules is to move the previous question. How do you delay action or a decision? Again, obtain the floor, seek recognition. You can do this through a motion to lay on the table, to postpone to a certain time, or to postpone indefinitely. Now, each one of those motions would accomplish something different. So a motion to lay on the table, that temporarily delays consideration and action when something else needs to be addressed. And it must be seconded, it's not debatable, it cannot be amended, and it requires a majority vote. It's important to note that with the motion to lay on the table, it just delays something until later in the same meeting. So, from the morning to the afternoon, or, for something, some intervening matter of business to take place. A motion to postpone to a certain time sets a date and time for the board to take up the matter again. That requires a second, is debatable, can be amended, and requires a motion, majority vote. A motion to postpone indefinitely kills the motion for the current session. It requires a second, is debatable, and cannot be amended, requires a majority vote. Board members often make motions to table. And again, it's often misused to postpone a matter to a subsequent meeting. But again, that's not the intent of the motion to lay on the table. It's just to temporarily set something aside until later in the meeting. If the goal is to move an item or delay consideration of an item or action to a subsequent meeting, then that would be through a motion to postpone. How do you take a short break? Make a motion to recess. That motion must be seconded. It's not debatable, cannot be amended, or can be amended. For example, to change the length of the recess requires a majority vote. Remember that the chair may call a brief recess at any time under your own board policies 2210. The motion to recess could also be used to recess a meeting from one day to a subsequent day, for example. Closed session, sometimes a board will have a closed session early in a meeting, decide they need to go back into open, so they'll recess that closed session until the end of the meeting. Those are the ways it's most often used. And again, it can be used to take a long break as well. How do you revisit a decision the board has already made at the same meeting? You can make a motion to reconsider. The purpose of the motion is to permit correction of hasty, ill-advised, or erroneous action, or to take into account information or a changed situation that has developed since the taking of the vote. The motion to reconsider, that can only be made by a member who voted with the prevailing side in the original vote, but can be seconded by any member. It also must be made during the session in which the vote to be reconsidered was taken. It requires a second. It may be debated, but not amended, and it requires only a majority vote. And a motion to reconsider a vote, which has caused something to be done that is impossible to undo, you can't use the motion to reconsider for that. And if adopted, it cancels the original vote on the matter to be reconsidered and puts the board in place it was before the vote occurred. The end result really is that debate continues and another vote may occur. There is a somewhat similar motion, the motion to rescind. This is used to cancel a decision the board made at a previous meeting. So in order to do that, it's a little different than revisiting a decision, but canceling it altogether. That would be through a motion to rescind. It allows a public body to cancel or countermand a previous action. It can be made and seconded by any member, and it can be made at any time, debated and amended. There are some special voting rules. If there's been no prior notice of the motion, then it requires a 2/3 vote. A majority vote is required when there's notice of intent to make the motion stating the complete substance of the proposed change that's been given at the previous meeting or earlier in the current meeting, and also a vote of a majority of the entire membership if all board members are present at the meeting. A negative vote on a motion can be reconsidered, but not an affirmative vote, and it cannot be made to rescind a vote which has caused something to be done that is impossible to undo. How do you amend a decision the board made at a previous meeting? That would be through a motion to amend something previously adopted. That motion allows the body to amend a previous action. The rules are the same as the motion to rescind. How do you require the board to follow its agenda? This is through calling for the orders of the day. If a member does this, it does not require a second, it's not debatable, and it's not amendable. Upon a call by a single member for the orders of the day, then it has to be enforced unless a 2/3 majority votes to set the orders of the day aside. This motion should be addressed to the chair. For example, chair, I call for the orders of the day. The member does not need to wait to be recognized before calling for the orders of the day. This can be used, for example, to enforce any time limits that are stated on the agenda, such as limits on presentations, breaks, or some boards will actually set an adjournment time in their agendas. And once that time has arrived, any member could call for the orders of the day, and then the board would need to adjourn unless a supermajority sets it aside and decides to extend a meeting. It would also be used if board members are discussing an item that's not the current item on the agenda. How do you enforce the rules when you think they are being violated? That's through making a point of order. The point of order does not require a second. It's not debatable. It's not amendable. There's no vote. The issue is submitted to the chair. The chair can decide or refer the question to the full board for a decision. Examples would be debate that's not germane to the motion. An attempt to renew a motion would not permit it by rules. You know, if a motion was not seconded or a motion has been made in violation of the precedence rules, the point of order should be addressed to the chair. And this is also a motion that does not require an individual to wait to be recognized. And the chair, of course, can always consult with the parliamentarian when a point of order has been raised. Now, the chair's power is not unlimited, so how do you submit a decision of the chair to the board? Well, you can appeal from that decision. An appeal requires a second. It may be debatable. It's not amendable. It must be made at the time of the chair's ruling. So if any debate or business has intervened, then it's too late to appeal from a ruling of the chair. If a member does appeal from a decision of the chair explains their decision and then states the question to the board. For example, shall the chair's decision be sustained? A majority or tie vote would sustain the chair's decision. The member does not need to wait to be recognized before, that should say, appealing from a decision. And an example here would be if the chair rules a motion as out of order, the member who made the motion could state, I appeal from the decision of the chair, at which point the chair would explain their decision and then turn, you know, the question over to the board. How do you end a meeting? By making a motion to adjourn. The motion is out of order when someone has the floor, so you can't interrupt. It's also out of order when the board is engaged in voting. The motion to adjourn requires a second, but it's not debatable and it cannot be amended, and it requires only a majority vote. And my last slide, which I think I got a few smiles out of the last time I presented this, a quote from Spider-Man, with great power comes great responsibility. I do always want to end these presentations by pointing out, you know, that Robert's rules, there's a view out there that it's really overly complicated and arbitrary, and that it's mainly used to gain advantage during a meeting. You know, I would agree that it's complicated, but really, you know, the purpose of Robert's rules and the purpose of parliamentary rules of procedure generally, it's to help the board conduct your business, right, consistent with the rights of your members and the public. So having a basic understanding of these core principles of parliamentary procedure and the basic rules helps the board accomplish its goals. Are there any questions for me?
Any questions? On the board. No, sir. Thank you, Mr. Weber. I appreciate
All right, thank you.
At this point, we'll take on Ms. Craybill's motion to come up with some board norms.
So, been thinking, the old board, or the previous board to the new members, has tried to work on this for 2 years, and we have not had much success. And so it just, and including last year, under my leadership, we still couldn't get it done. So I just wanted us to try again since we have new people. So what I did was I was just thinking out loud about some of the things that that caused us, in my opinion, to be a little. Didn't I have enough? I have one more. You can have mine because you might back. Okay. I thought I made 10, but
I'm a good listener.
okay. So some of the things that caused us perhaps to be more dysfunctional than we wanted to be. So I wrote up in the corner Stephanie's suggestions. These aren't gospel, but I thought if we at least took a crack at talking about some board norms, if we can come up with them today, that would be great. If not, then we could, submit our ideas to Mr. Wildeboer, and he could compile them, and we could talk about them, at another board meeting. But so some of the things for the people who are listening, I put down, treat each other respectfully and professionally at all times, return each other's phone calls and texts and emails timely, be transparent in our actions by not surprising the board chair and each other at the last minute at meetings or in social media or media, be on time for meetings, try to be 10 minutes early so we're prepared, be prepared for meetings by reading materials ahead of time, always clarify when making public statements that it is your personal opinion or stance and not that of the board unless you've been given permission to do so. Respect the position of the superintendent and the board chair and funnel requests for information through them. Use the board portal. Schedule appointments with principals when you want to visit schools. So those are just some of the kinds of things I was thinking about that are not necessarily related to a meeting. It's just relating to how we interact with each other and, and conduct ourselves. So.
I appreciate that very much. Have you guys been trained in the board portal?
No, not yet.
Okay, so they haven't been trained yet, so. What's everyone's thoughts on this? It's a good start. Yes.
Well, I just want to add one thing to this, and I think these are some good general things, but I want to add that, at least from my standpoint, if someone respects me, I'm going to respect them back, and I think that's how we should all treat each other. I don't feel, my experience the last 2 years has not always been the case, and that is obviously was shown as dysfunction on the board, and I think it hurt us a lot. And so, I'm happy to communicate, as long as I'm getting honesty as well. Not that I'm not going to be honest with you, because I always will, and I always have been. So I just hope that, I take these suggestions, but I just feel like the last 2 years, everyone has seen our dysfunction on display, and it's been for lots of reasons, and not just because we didn't have norms.
Well, that's true, but I think this gives us a good framework, and I think if we all can agree to it, then I think it's a good, this, or we can change it or tweak it, but I think that if we can, one of the things that was a big discussion point as in the election was our board and the way we functioned, and I think we do need to, that's why we've gone through Robert's Rules of Order and other things, and again, as I've said many times, it's not the end-all be-all, so I think everything we can do to make this in a functioning group, I've said that 1,000 times, we're not going to always agree, but at least we can be respectful of each other. Yeah. Yes, sir. Mr. McManus.
How would you like us to address you?
Chair would be fine. Mr.
Cowboy?
Chair.
Your Majesty.
Cowboy was, yeah, I'll wear my new hat.
Your
But no,
Majesty.
Chairman would be fine.
Your Majesty.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair is perfect. I like that.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, ma'am.
I just want to echo, I appreciate Ms. Crable putting these together and echo your sentiments, Ms. Walker. I find in due diligence, it's always good to openly set the expectation with one another so that we're all on the same page moving forward. The one clarifying question I wanted to ask about point 3, about being transparent in our actions by not surprising the board chair, does this mean we are no longer allowed to make agenda amendments? Is that what this is getting at, or?
No, because I made an agenda amendment today,
Right.
but I spoke with Mr. Wildeboer ahead of time and said, I noticed this wasn't on there, I want to make that motion. And if he'd have went then I probably wouldn't have, even though I wanted to. So that was one of the things that happened a lot last year, where we always were trying to kind of surprise each other. And all that does to me, in my mind, I have this down here in my little notes, reacting in anger or annoyance will not advance anyone's ability to persuade. So when you're surprised, you tend to go into emotional mode versus logical, rational, let me come prepared to have the discussion mode. So if he knows, he can maybe even, amend the agenda himself. Or at least we've all had a chance to hear it, and we're not going I'm not prepared. I want to have the discussion, but I'm not prepared.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify that.
No, that's all. It
I
wasn't
wanted
meant to
make sure we
stifle.
left room for flexibility,
No.
but yeah.
And then that speaks also to the point that our policy says, and that we're supposed to let each other know when we're talking to the media. We don't have to let each other know when we're posting on social media, but we're supposed to be letting each other and our communications department know that we've given an interview, just so in case one of the rest of us gets followed up, with the same question.
That's good.
But these are just me talking out loud. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, I just want to add to that too, the experience that I've had, and I know so far has been really great with our current chair. I don't think surprising people is good either. At the same time, I felt in the past, sometimes the chair role has been used as a way to block people from, fulfilling their duties as board members. And, the chair might feel that something's not pertinent or we shouldn't talk about it, at the same time, like, I think the experience I had has been that, just forget it. You can't talk about it at all. And so that the way the workaround was to get enough people that would want to add it to an agenda. And that's what we oftentimes had to do. So, I think going forward, the role of the chair is the facilitator, and they're the head of our board and helps facilitate our meetings and keep order. And I think, going forward, I think that's the best role of the chair. And I feel as long as, the chair wants to listen, and at least listen, maybe not always agree, but be respectful of other board members and, kind of what comes to them sometimes from constituent or what comes up that's important. I'll always have a conversation about that, and hopefully it'll be worked out. That's just not always been the case, so hopefully I'll make
I do try, and I'm not perfect, and I've said that from day one, I'm not perfect, but I'll try to be respectful of everyone, and my phone is not always on. Yes, I know. I do go out and feed the animals at times, but I will try. If you leave me a message, I'll get back to you, and I know, I'm sorry, I don't want to get an evil look over here.
Yeah.
But as far as going forward, see, we're having fun on the board. Can you believe that? My goodness. What are your do we want to leave this as talking points? Do we want to think about it and maybe in February, look at them again, see if there's anything we want to add, and then maybe we can, codify it and put it maybe into policy where we can move forward with these.
Well, I'm not necessarily saying this needs to be in policy,
Okay.
because we might want to change things from time to time.
Okay.
But I know that we now, our website has been readjusted where we have a place to keep documents so that we can go back and look at it. And I'm thinking maybe we even, put it on our agenda for January, even though we've already submitted that. We can make an agenda. My thoughts were for all of us to either talk out loud, see what they thought, and then give you, yes, this is good, or I would like to add, and then we just maybe look at it in January so that we can just move forward, because the longer you wait,
Right.
the habits start forming early. So that was my thought, but
Why don't we do that? I think that's a great idea. Why don't we, we'll add it to the agenda on Tuesday, so we'll have to have a motion and a second to do that, and we can vote on adding.
I'll email you this so you have something, you don't have to do any more work in typing.
Thank you. Thank
Mr.
you.
Chair, do we just send
Ms.
you
Walker?
suggestions, or if this is going on Tuesday, do we just read it?
Well, let's just bring it, let's bring the conversation on Tuesday.
Okay.
That would be fine?
Yeah, that's fine.
And that leads us into our next, and our final, look at that, final, wow, we finally got to that. First off, I did want to stress the question, why did you add, our plan? Because this is, I've heard from someone that this might be something that's already set and you've already got topics. Well, I think these are possible topics. I think these are things that are very important. So I'm bringing them up as possible topics to discuss on a 100-day plan. And again, I know we have a strategic plan, which is a 5-year plan. Some of us might not even be on the board in 5 years. And I know that's a living document, but we really need to say what we're going to be doing now. A lot of people have said, hey, what are you doing now? What's the next thing you're going to do? What's going on? And I would like to start out that whole discussion with a possibility, and I'm going to just say a little short part, and I'm going to actually have my vice chair over here share. We met with one of the, I met with, and she met separately with one of the county commissioners, and then we were talking quite a lot about maybe changing our format. Now, I'm going to give you some pluses and minuses, changing our format slightly to have an open meeting, agenda meeting, where everyone will be involved, followed by a closed session. Some of the positives is that the regular meeting would be shorter. Everyone would be able to give input at that time to the agenda. The county commissioners and I believe the city council, I've heard that secondhand, do this. On the negative, I'm going to, again, trying to be fair. On the negative side is HR would have a week shorter to be able to bring new hires to the board for approval. So that's on the negative side. I'm putting it out for discussion, so you also met with Ms. Hayes.
Okay, yeah, two county commissioners have suggested, why don't you do that? And I can see the advantage, it's public, public has no input, but it's public. And you hash out what you're gonna do in the meeting coming up. So there's less of what we've seen in the last a lot less of what you've seen in the last 2 years go down, because you've had a chance to actually work through some stuff. Now, I've been to 2 agenda briefings so far, and there's things about it I like, the way it's done now. But I'm always open. One of my goals for that 100-day is to streamline the meeting so we're not here for 6 or 7 hours at a time. I have a short attention span. People have families, they have children, they want to get home. And so we need to be about the people's business. So if that would to streamline and facilitate our meetings, our monthly, regular monthly meeting, so that we don't have to have a second meeting. So we had a public agenda meeting and then a regular monthly meeting, and that was it. And the closed sessions would then maybe move to that open agenda meeting at the end, so that we did not make the public sit here while we were in closed session. Personally, for the last 2 years, that's offensive, that you make the whole room sit here for an hour, hour and a half or longer, and it's not respectful to the public. So if we put that at the end of an agenda meeting, it would accomplish exactly what we needed to do and respect the public at the same time and get us out of here on a regular meeting night much earlier.
So is that Ms. Crable?
So am I hearing you say that this would replace interim meetings?
Well, what I would say.
Because I'm all for that.
Yeah,
I'm all for that.
Maybe not day one, but that would be the goal.
But, in a lot of cases it would, because we would have that whole hour. And you think about it, an hour, a closed session isn't an hour. It's
hour and a half.
5 or 6 minutes to get in there. Then often you go a few minutes late, then, so it's, you would eliminate all of that. My thought was we would move it back maybe to start at 5:30. Grab a bite to eat at 5, start at 5:30 with the actual meeting, and run through the meeting as needed.
Could we have agenda?
Go ahead.
Could we have agenda reviews in the daytime? Like the county commissioners, they have a daytime meeting and they have an evening meeting. So then the daytime one is their agenda review, and they go quickly. So then our meeting, so that more people can actually attend the meeting.
That was the idea. Maybe we should all watch one of their agenda briefing meetings to see how they do it and have it refresh in our minds to see if and including staff. Because obviously the staff, you're not going to be able to be over there in your office. You're not going to be walking down the hall. You'd have to come here. A lot of things mechanically would change. But if it got you out of here on regular board meeting nights 2 hours early, that would maybe be a goal.
Yeah.
Ms. Walker?
I would say we tried to have an ad hoc committee to shorten our meetings. I'm all for doing stuff beforehand, so when we get to our public meetings, we're not making people wait. We're not doing the closed session thing. That was put in place before the board recently. So that's been going on a while, and I really don't like that either. I feel like closed sessions, it's important, and we have to do it before our meeting because there's personnel things that we're hires and stuff. But I like the idea of doing open agenda review meetings, and I think it'll also streamline a lot of the questions that we will have, because on this dais here, like we have, maybe the agenda gets posted on the Thursday before, but there's questions, and we can cut out a lot of that by just having open conversation. The public sees it.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, we can do it. And then when we get to our meetings, I like the idea we can do it in hopefully a couple of hours, and then, everyone feels better.
Let me look over to Dr. Barnes. He's looking back at me now. How much would this impact? The one big thing that Dr. Faust brought up was the impact on the HR department. So please talk to us about that.
Obviously, we never want to do anything that's going to slow down the efficient recruitment and selection of personnel. Many of our staff, the approval, they may have already started by the time you guys approve the agenda. I think the challenge would be if you make a change to please not do it during the height of our recruiting and hiring season, which is in the spring and early summer.
Okay.
So make it early and then.
I'm not sure what he said.
sorry.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, in addition to the changing the format, something that I've been frustrated with is the communication. And so brainstorming, as you have changeover, we just had changeover in elected officials, we have changeover in administrators in a central office. And so potentially, is there a way that we can streamline the process? And if it's the will of the board, to charge the superintendent in our central office to create this format of some sort of portal that there's a more streamlined, that everybody can see the input of what is, what the discussion and feedback of different agenda items are. Because we've heard things like, I haven't been able to sign up for the call to audience, all the spots were full. We've heard things like, well, I was too nervous to say anything to my principal because I have this very vocal advocate. Like, so there's this disconnect of staff and admin not feeling comfortable at times to speak up about certain issues. And so I think it's our due diligence to brainstorm how we can, bridge that gap, no matter who's in charge, of how we're getting effective, full scope of picture of what people's opinions are, of the feedback of what the changes we're going to be doing, because they're ultimately, our staff and our families are ultimately the ones who are going to be the benefactors of our changes. And so we need to not have a knee-jerk change such that in 6 months later we're changing it back. And so if there's a better way we can streamline the process, and I know a lot of counties and boards, they do a portal of sorts, and I don't know if a Google form format that you can submit feedback of upcoming things that are happening. So like looking at our agenda, for instance, if somebody had an issue on Robert's Rule of Order, they could click on submit it, saying, I'm a parent and a high school student, this is where my concerns are of this change in policy, or whatever it's going to be. But just kind of brainstorming, and I'll open it up, and if everybody thinks everything is going great and fine, then,
Are you talking about for this specific change or changes in general?
I'm saying just if we're talking about a new format of a way to open up, I feel like to having feedback, and I don't know what that looks like because I'm not a technology person.
So you're
I
talking
can
like
just kind of brainstorm a little bit, and I'm sure, and more, if it's the will of the board to do a more in-depth, discussion of it, but.
So I wanted to go back to the original format change request, that if we did that, had the agenda review, hopefully people would come back to the be transparent in our actions and not surprising the board chair at the meeting and trying to add items at that time, because we will already have had a chance to sort of hash that. That still could get a little heated, debated, when we're just changing the debate from one meeting to the next, but it would still be in a shorter format. So I just wanted to kind of throw that one out there. And then any change that we made, like what you're kind of suggesting, is I would think that we have to make sure that we are not opening ourselves up to open meetings laws, where we're having discussions off the dais.
I don't know if I would want it as a discussion.
You wouldn't be able to answer these questions.
Correct, but for all of us to be able to see all of the information versus, well, I talked to these 5 people and this is what I heard. And Hugh McManus talked to these 2 people and Melissa talked to these, 10 people. Being able to streamline all of the information collected so that we're all seeing the whole picture. That's what I'm trying to envision. I don't know what exactly that looks like, but not for us responsive, but it would be input for us before we make the decision.
So, Ms. Bernhardt, are you saying this would be something that would be different than anything else that we have, different from the portal, whether people can make complaints or tell their specific story?
Yes.
But it'd be a broader thing, because obviously we want all the input from the public that we can get. Mm-hmm. We want every horror story, we want every happy story. So you're saying it's something like that?
Correct. And so, when we post the agenda, people would be able to streamline their format of where they're giving feedback and how it would look like, so that we would all have the same information when we're discussing the changes that we're potentially going to be implementing to do. And this might be tabled for a later discussion, but.
Ms. Graybill?
How is that different than call to the audience? When we let call to the audience go first and we get to hear people's comments?
I think that there has been times that call to audience get cut off. 1, you have 2 minutes to speak. And so it's the compilation of thoughts. Actually, somebody's giving you your full thought versus the timer's up, now you're done. And the second thing is there has been times where, and I've been one of those people that I've signed up and there hasn't been enough spots. So I didn't have a chance to speak. And so this first come, first served basis is not always allowing all the voices of an issue that's at hand to be heard. And so I think it's something that just to be aware and cognizant about is good, but then what are we going to do to help address it as we move forward?
Go ahead, Mr. McManus.
I'm not sure I thoroughly understand where you're going with this. The only comment I can make is the public needs to hear the discussion. The public needs to hear us, whether we're prejudicial for a certain point, as we all are going to be and have been. I'm afraid that the more we do this and the more we do outside, the more complicated it becomes. And I hate to say it, but the more inviting everything becomes a 10, because I've got somewhere to go with it. Like my favorite thing to say is when like I've done with Dr. Faust, I'm telling you something, tag, you're in. It means you own it. And so, but I think we have to be really careful. If y'all would give this process a chance to see how it rolls, and then as it rolls, maybe we have a better understanding of where we can do it better. But I'm not sure it's broken. I will admit we had some situations with board members where it was hard to keep it rolling, but it wasn't broken. And what I've been impressed with the most is at this point the camaraderie to agree, maybe even to disagree, but at least we do that with respect. And I think that might be the number one priority to make all of this work better and more successful.
Ms. Walker.
I would just say too, we still have town halls. I mean, we have what, 3 a year now, or just
3?
2? We have 3. I mean, we haven't set our dates for that this year yet.
No.
But I mean, that's another opportunity for people to be able to come and say what they want to say.
And that month we will have, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no,
we
that's
will
good.
have a second meeting that month.
Yeah.
And we've gone around, so I'm going to keep this going around and not back to what I started with, or you started with, but, and what you just said, yeah, I've been a member of the public. I've been wanting to get my voice heard. So I'm looking at it from that standpoint, and how do we respect the people that want to talk to us? Because we get this many people talking to us, but there's that many people out there that want to talk to us that aren't. So how do we franchise those people? Because right now they're disenfranchised. I think that's what you're speaking to. I'm not sure. Yes. But the quarterly forums would be a good way, and maybe we have a few more in the beginning. The one that you had was so poorly attended, it was heartbreaking. And I don't know why it was poorly attended, so we have to address that. But at the same time, I'm going to go ahead and jump into the hot pot here. If we're going to streamline meetings, we're giving at least a full hour to public input, but we generally only hear maybe 3 topics in that 1 hour. And I thought there was some, not policy, but some sort of something that said, 3 or more people, and we're going to limit that. And I can remember on contentious things in other board meetings that I followed for years, almost decades. You'd have, people who want to speak for this thing, there's 2 of you, and people who want to speak against this, there's 2 of you, and you go every other. So you hear from the public, but you don't have, of 20 people that are allowed to speak for 2 minutes, you don't have 15 of them being on one topic, and the other topics don't ever get there, or they just don't have the access at 8 o'clock on a computer, because you can't do it on an iPad, you can't do it on a phone. So the whole call to audience at some point, we got to figure out how to franchise more people and hear more from the public.
Ms. Mason.
I think to kind of piggyback off what Ms. Bradford's saying, I've heard that there are students that want to speak and there are teachers that want to speak, and that call to audience goes up, and within 5 minutes it's full, and we don't have the opportunity to hear student voices. I mean, we have the student voice, but we don't have other student voices who are not part of that, and we don't necessarily have the opportunity to hear from our teachers or our admin, because they're at work, they're teaching, they're doing the job. And so we definitely, I believe, need to adjust that call to audience 100%. because of the limits that are currently on it and the time frame. And I think that the town hall, if we can get people to attend it, would definitely help, but I think that there are definitely some tweaks that we need to do with called audience.
I'm going to go. I was just going to say, we originally, when we started 2 years ago, we actually it was totally sign up, and then I actually got everybody to agree, and we had, I think, 5 slots that are here.
Mhm.
That may be something we want to look at too, is just, first come, first serve here. Then you eliminate the whole.
You mean when they walk in the door, they sign up?
Mhm. That way they're, or at least, maybe leaving a couple that are online, but that way there, because we also had situations, and Ms. Grable can speak to this, where we had, we called somebody's name, and there's nobody there, and we called somebody else's name. So there's 4, maybe 2 or 3 slots, or maybe even 4 slots, that could be somebody speaking, and we don't have them speak because they're not here. So, and Ms. Grable.
In our policy 2310, it does say that the board chair can compel the people who want to speak together to rally together and make one person to speak on their behalf. So that's already in our policy.
One person speak? Is that what it says?
It says in here, if an unusually large number of people request to speak, a majority of the board may decide to request the designation of one spokesperson for each group of persons supporting or supposing the same positions. So, so we are allowed to do that. Our software could possibly be changed where one person cannot sign up 20 people. That you have to sign up yourself, because right now, as long as you have an address, you can go in and sign up Pat Bradford, Stephanie Walker.
Really?
Melissa Mason. Yeah, you can do that. Which we could look at that. But yeah, and we used to, in the way olden days, have to sign up. Well, you had to get here, so if the meeting, I'm looking at you because you're part of that olden days with me, but not quite as olden days as Mr. McManus. But you had to get here at the meeting at 4:30 so that you could sign up and be ready, because they picked it up. And Miss Bowie, I don't know if you were the board clerk then, but that's, how we did that. So there are things that we moved away from, trying to help the public get to do more things.
But even speaking to, I think what Ms. Barnhart said, we have teachers or students that want to sign up, and they're in class then, so they can't.
They better be in class.
They better be in class. But the vast majority can't sign up then, so they have even if we wanted to go 50-50 or something, so.
And I wanted to clarify, I was not saying to take away our call to audience or our town halls. What I was trying to say was to streamline a process for us to get more feedback.
Yes.
And so I just want to clarify that.
And I would like to tag onto something Ms. Crable said. Having been out there, at some point in the last 2 years, it changed to where you only let the public in 15 minutes before the meeting. It has something to do with the security. But I would like to propose that we respect them more and allow them to come in at least 30 minutes early. That's, I think, the way the county does it. I think the way the city does it. But as we, if we get another cold snap, making people stand outside for 15 minutes is disrespectful. And I think the more we treat our constituents with respect, just like the more we treat each other with respect, the more they'll respect us. That's just the way I believe it will go. So I'd like that for something to consider, just in this whole little nuts and bolts thing we're talking about, is whatever it would take. I don't know administratively what that means to have the door unlocked and let the public in, a little bit earlier than they are now.
Let me jump back to where we started this whole conversation, which is a great conversation. I really do appreciate it. But what are everybody's thoughts? Because we've had several other ideas brought up, which are very, very important. But do we want to try that other agenda? Do we want to think about it for a couple days and maybe discuss it again on Tuesday? We had talked about having a 100-day plan today, but nothing says we have to. We can continue, we can discuss it and get something going even as of Tuesday. But
I'd want to hear from staff.
Okay.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
So agenda meeting, closed session items that there are always, there's some routine closed session items. However, there may be certain things that happen that we have to have an answer on at that meeting. Would it be possible to do all closed session items? I'll go back to, if that starts at 4. So on board meeting day, you've had your agenda review with that open. Board meeting day, you come in, you open the meeting, and you go right into closed session, because I guarantee you, something will happen where we have to have a closed session meeting. I would hate for us to have to put it on the agenda, or have to have a special meeting for a closed session. So you start that at, I'll just say at 4. Or it could be 4:30, because typically it's not an hour long. So if you start at 4:30 and then you roll right into, you come out, your meeting's already started, and then you take off at
Or would it be possible in that situation to have the closed session at the end, so you go through the regular meeting and then?
Then we don't have
The only
personnel.
thing is personnel.
Yeah.
You have to look at personnel before you approve it.
So are you saying, though, we'd have an agenda meeting and we'd have the closed session then for routine closed session stuff?
And if
But then
there's-
if there was something that was personnel for Dr. Barnes, we'd pop that in front of the meeting?
Yes.
That seems reasonable.
Because it's just that something will happen, and we will have to have a closed
seems
session.
reasonable. Yep.
Ms. Walker?
I don't think that's a bad idea, and I say maybe we start the meeting at 5:30 like we used to have. That'll allow time for people that are working or getting off, in traffic.
At 5 or 5:30?
Yeah, 5:30, because we used to do it at 5:30. I think the reason we moved it to 5 is we were trying to add a work session in there, right? To streamline our meetings, and that just didn't work out. But if we have to do a closed session and we come earlier and do it, that's if we have to, because, maybe in that day we won't have to do it. I don't know. Because then that's right before the meeting, and so then everybody comes to the regular.
Okay.
And then that also gets the public a chance to show up when they can. They're not going to miss anything.
Right.
Like I would suppose we would still do the pledge, the invocation, the presenting of the colors as soon as we come out of closed session. So we
Yeah.
do all of our ceremony. We still do that, but we do that after the closed session. Is that what the intent would be?
Open and go to closed
Yeah, we
session.
open and go right into closed session.
Yeah.
Okay,
It's not a
and
bad
you're
idea.
not saying that every month, that would just be
Yeah,
emergency?
just there may be emergencies, but we would, of course, we'd have to notice that it would start at.
Why don't we try?
So we couldn't start early. If we noticed the meeting starting, well, we could. We
Yeah.
noticed the meeting starting at 4:30 with closed session, and then, we just roll right in. But then we would might want to think about not starting the big stuff until everybody gets here. Because a lot of times when we have student performers, their family is getting here, so they can be getting here, getting their seats while we're doing closed session.
Yeah, that
We
would
have to.
work.
I would just, and that was one thing we ran into. We did it olden days. We started early, and then some people were angry and upset because they didn't get a chance to hear it all, because they thought it started at 5, we were ahead of schedule, so we started early, and they missed something.
But if we started at 5 at the earliest, then we could have a 5:30 start, which would give the other people an opportunity to be here. Plus, then, if we had an emergency, whatever, and like I say, maybe we have sandwiches or something that were there, so.
I'm gonna blow it out, because
Mr.
Mr.
McMahon.
Chair didn't recognize it, but that's okay. It's all right. Wisdom, older wisdom.
Yeah, yes, sir.
What I hear, I tend to like and agree, and I'm glad that it was brought up. We need to prioritize what's important in our meetings and the timing. I've heard that loud and clear. And the last thing I want to do is say anything that would be suggestively alienating anyone. But what we have dealt with is, folks, we have 25,000 students and 50,000 parents, and that's if I've not been married, but more than once. And we have the same group that come every night. Now, that's okay if we keep what we have. But we have 20 speakers and 10 are about X, and then 6 are about Y, and then the rest are about, we're asking for it. So we're not giving the opportunity. So somehow we need to come up with, if we're going to have 20 speakers, at 2 minutes each, 3 minutes, how are you going to do it? That you either, so many can speak about that, and or we limit the number of people speaking. Add to that the decorum of our speakers, since we are addressing our own decorum, and this list was given about what we could do, and we all agreed it's important. We still have speakers who speak down to the board,
True.
who say things that are not accurate, they say things that are not truthful, and they say things that push our buttons. And then when the chair says, bam, they know how much time they have. They practice, but then they read 90 miles an hour, and then they don't want, not all, and then they get mad. So I think that you, Mr. Chair, are on the spot because the decorum of our crowd must change. They must be respectful of us, and it should not be tolerated. But back to the fact, we need to come up with a plan so that way there are more speakers, different topics.
Mr. Chairman, and as you're talking, kind of merging what I'm trying to say and what you're saying together, could there be a drop-down menu versus me filling in what I'm talking about? These are the 10 things the board is discussing. What are you speaking on? This kind of is a double-edged sword because what we're doing, we're saying, well, you can talk to us about what's on the agenda and we're not going to listen to you not on the agenda. I don't necessarily want that, but are you saying to try to streamline it more rather than an open-ended?
So you're limiting the speakers to the agenda items.
Is that what you're saying to do?
Well, I wouldn't argue that.
We do that now.
I wouldn't argue against that at all. But
We don't do that.
they still have to have a time, whether I like it or not, to speak their mind.
Correct.
Just, it needs to be done correctly, and I agree we don't need 5 or 6 or 8 or 10 or 12 people saying the same thing.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
So just also some more historical perspective. We tried it at one point where we had, if you call to the audience A, call to the audience B, where you could talk about what's on the agenda that we're going to vote on first, and then at the end, you can talk about other things. Several board members did not like that, and the crowd at the time did not want that. What that caused people to do was not be truthful on what they were talking about. And we still do that on occasion, which you read, we can see. And if you remember in my board chair remarks, we please be respectful of our transparency with your transparency by writing down what you're going to talk about. And people still change their mind. Now, I know some people will go, you know what, I just heard these talks, I'm changing my mind. That should be not the norm. That should not be what you do all the time. So yeah, so there's lots of, all the things we're talking about, we've either tried or not tried, so we just have to kind of pick one and do a new try, or go back and do an old try with some fresh vitality, to it.
Okay. Ma'am?
Mr. McManus, Ms. Crable brought up policy 2310 that says we can limit that 10 people on one topic. So we already have a mechanism in place to deal with that right now. We just have to say we want to use it. We have to agree that the 7 of us to do that. But I think, Josie, what you're talking about, because I'm still confused, what you're talking about is completely separate from the call to audience, correct?
Right, and so, but Mr. McManus had, a little bit dissension, and not in an ugly way, just in a disagreeance way, of just saying, I don't know if that's the best way to do it. And so when he was suggesting having a more agenda-related call to audience, I said, well, are you suggesting a drop down? But yes, I believe I would like to see something in place that is specifically agenda-related. We're still going to get emails, we're still going to get calls, we're going to walk through and bump into people and have good conversations. But as far as when it's my role up here to say yes or no as one of 7 votes, I want to make sure I have as much information from the people who are going to be affected by my policy change that I can prior to that decision. That's what I would like to see, coming on.
So I'm going to ask you one more question on that. So basically what you're saying is it would be agenda driven, so whatever the agenda is, and it would be an open forum for folks to say, hey, you're talking about curriculum this month, and I'm really concerned about this part of curriculum, and they would send it to central office, and they would be able to send it to all of us.
And it wouldn't be that we're talking back and forth, and maybe there would be an option that if somebody wanted to put their phone number and one of us wanted to pick up the phone and call for further discussion, but that way it would be streamlining intentional feedback of decisions that we will be making for this district.
So the only people can see this is us.
Yes.
It's not open to the public to see other people's comments.
That's what I would envision.
Okay.
And to me,
That's public.
to me, that would be getting dangerously close to talking about stuff. Because you might see it and you'll see it, and now we're going to talk about, ooh, did you see what Stephanie put in? Who's going to call her? The talking about things off the dais. Depending. I'm seeing that it could cross that line.
But wouldn't that be very similar to what we get right now, where we get the, board all, something
Yeah,
sent to
it is.
board all,
It's
so-
identical in a way, but it's not, it doesn't franchise the person. I mean, if the whole point is to hear from more people and to give them more of a voice, then we have to do some things that change. We have to. So that we can franchise, not disenfranchise, but franchise more people so that we hear more voices, so that we do the will of the people.
Let me ask you a question, Mr. Smith, would this be something that is possible for us to try or do, or?
Absolutely. I'm happy to look into options and maybe best practices that are similar to or get after what Ms. Barnhart is describing. I'll just take a moment to talk about the communication forums and optionality that's currently out there that some of you are aware of and some of you may not be tracking. Of course, you just mentioned it, Mr. Chair, which is the board member email. And so that goes to all of you and you receive all of that. One thing that I believe the county commissioners do is they make their emails public. There's a public database. And so that's an option for increased transparency to make your emails that aren't applicable to student or employee matters public for all to inspect. That's an option. But we also have, obviously we have social media, and those are open forums. We do not restrict comments on social media that are critical or questioning at all. We're very aware of and adhere to First Amendment principles, frankly, of free speech, and we open those up across forums to include Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, and Instagram. And so the comments are flowing on those forums all the time, some of which you may be on, some of which you may not. Obviously, we have the public participation meetings that were also mentioned. The last, or the ones that we have had, as you're all no doubt aware, have been just that. They've been town hall format. The way that the policy was written, though, does not necessitate a town hall format. You have other options. You could do roundtable discussions. You could do things that decrease the reliance on a single person talking to a board and then answers. You could sit around with the public and hear them out. And then, of course, website was talked about a little bit. We're ever optimizing there, but also highlight, our dedication to, and you'll hear a little bit more about this on Tuesday, opening up our public records, making as many public records that are in our database available to inspect at any time, but the public is welcomed and encouraged to ask a question of the district anytime about any topic, and any record associated with that question is going to be produced, not just for that person, but for all to inspect. And so I'll get a little bit ahead of myself and say, on the site now we have, I don't want to misspeak, but probably well over 100, if not in the hundreds, of documents that have been specifically requested, from MOUs to contracts to whatever the case, for all to inspect. So I'm dedicated and willing to look into what this looks like and what right looks like with regard to getting after this. But it could be more of a confluence and streamlining of existing options and making the public aware of those options as much as it is creating a new piece of software and training them on it, if that answers the question, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Ms. Walker.
Well, I would tend to agree with Josh on this, because I think, obviously, we believe in the First Amendment right for people to speak and talk to us and reach out to us. We have social media, we have emails, we all know about that. We have our forums, and we have people that come and talk to us. I don't think we've done anything to not allow that. In fact, actually, last year, thanks to your suggestion, we now have open town hall or whatever. We can change the format. We have all that. I don't know, adding another layer is going to, that might make us a little crazy about what people say. I think they can reach us anytime on email, and then some of us might say, they all leave their phone number. I mean, we can anytime give them a call as well. I don't know, I think since I've been here, or you as well, and McManus and Craigle, since COVID, we know what it's like to get a lot of emails and a lot of correspondence and a lot of feedback. And I think hopefully we're not going to have to go down that road with this new board and, going forward the next 2 years that I'll be on here. But I don't think that there's a lack of communication with the public. I really think we're accessible people. I've been, so.
Yeah, I just wanted to reiterate what Mr. Smith said. In Policy 2310, letter subpart B, capital B, E, the board shall hold no less than 3 meetings annually, and annually means January to December, not school year annually, with the sole intent of enhancing listening and dialogue opportunities with the public. These meetings shall last approximately but no longer than 2 hours. The public participation meeting may vary at the discretion of the board chair. to include such formats as town halls, roundtable discussion, call to the audiences, etc. So we have that option. And last year, I want to just call your attention, we did March, we did July, and we did September, late September. So, and that sort of is quarterly, because we have one in the beginning of the school year, well, spring, at the end of the school year, one in the summer as we're planning for the next school year, and then one in the first semester, you know, as we're getting ready to enact the plans that we planned on all summer long. So that's kind of what we did for the new board members. That's kind of how that came about and what we have set up. Not to mean it can't change, but that is the history.
So maybe for our 100-year plan, we go ahead and schedule out those meetings.
100-year?
I mean, yep, our 100-year plan.
I won't be there.
Okay, our 100-day plan, we go ahead and schedule out those meetings, and maybe in the next 100 days, we can have that first meeting. And maybe, yes, Josh, that we change the format, because having participated in those three, they were frustrating. Yeah, I got to say what I wanted to say, but we didn't hear this much information. And I think if we can eliminate some of the public's frustration, because I respectfully disagree with Ms. Walker, that there's a huge frustration out there that people don't feel like they can communicate with us. And so if we can alleviate some of that frustration, everything will go much better. And that's all I'm trying to do. So if we can schedule that first one, maybe we try the I don't want to freak you guys out about this agenda briefing thing, but if y'all think, well, we'll try it, you know, the next month and see how it goes, or try it 2 months and then report back and like, oh, it's a fiasco, let's go back to the way it was, whatever. But that could be a part of the 100-day, 100-hour plan, and move the closed sessions around like Dr. Faust suggested, and then look at our call to audience and maybe enforce policy 2310 that we already have, and try. Again, if we respect the people coming to speak, I believe they will respect us. I think we'll see, and again, if we reduce the frustration level out there, because they're getting to speak to us, they're having more communication with us, I think we'll have less, you know, unhappy people at the podium yelling at us. I could be wrong. Time will tell if I'm right or not, but I'd like to try. So those would be things I'd propose for your 100-day plan.
100-year plan, okay.
So, yeah.
Mr. Chair, can I just let folks know that what we're talking, I had a hard time thinking about what does 100 days mean. So the 100th day from today, just counting all the days, puts us at May 22nd, which is basically the last week of school. So is that what we're really talking about when we're talking about 100 days? What are we going to do between now and the end of the school year? Is that okay? Because May 22nd is the day, if you're throwing out 100 days.
And the one thing we haven't, that I had on my possible topics list, the one very important thing we haven't really talked about is student achievement. So we have, because I do try to be honorable of your time, we have about 25 more minutes. We have some points. Talk to us about how, right there, look at that. Oh, we got a present.
Yeah, it's a presentation for you.
Okay, here we go. Boy, look at it, it's my birthday.
I know, she's like, come on up, she's ready.
It's your birthday, but I might need a little bit more than 25 minutes.
Okay, well.
I want to make sure I explain it well.
Okay.
You guys have indulged me. Not anymore. I want to
Nice surprise.
make sure. And plus, this is some of the stuff you talk about when you talk about student achievement. So what I have here for you guys is a picture of the presentation, and I ask, as I go along, if you will put your questions there, and at the end, I will take it, okay? So, do I have a clicker by any chance? So, before I show this to you, I want to just take you through a data journey. We're going to focus mostly on growth, but I want you to keep a couple things in mind. I think it's important. First, we're dealing with COVID. We've had one of us. We just got to own it, but we've had it in the whole state and the whole country back. things that, some of the data along with some of the things we're currently doing. And the third thing I want you to keep in mind is we actually adopted mostly all new curriculums the last year. That, at being an educator, it takes you a good 2 to 3 years to really get into that. So I want you to think about that as I share the data with you, okay? And I'm going to begin with proficiency. When you think about our state, we are measured on our testing. In elementary, it is basically, well, it's proficiency and growth, period. High school and middle. In high school, you have other factors. You have the ACT, you have work keys and math rigor. You have different components, but in elementary, there's achievement and growth. Okay? So what you see here is, you see math is highlighted and reading. And I'm going to take you to third grade. I want you to look at third grade. Oops, sorry. Third grade. And you see for a student to be proficient in third grade math, out of the 46 questions, they need to pass 21. That's proficiency. Reading, 23 of the 48. That's for proficiency. So the state has two different measurements. They have proficiency, which is the minimum, third grade, they're level 3. And then we have what we call college and career ready, where we really want our kids to be level 4s and 5s. Okay? Now, you've heard about our proficiency. You've heard, just like the state, we've increased in the number of low-performing schools. Low-performing schools across our state doubled. They went from about 400 to 800, and ours increased. And you dim the lights any so you can see the numbers or no?
Yeah, I can't read them.
I know, I see that people are.
Can you pull it up on your computer?
And this is not very late.
No.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, because this is on the computer.
Yeah, I know.
I don't have them.
This won't do us any good.
Yeah, we have it, but it's too little to read here.
Is that gonna help? See, I didn't want to get you a stack of papers. I guess I should have. I'm sorry. These
Yes.
is
Large,
I
yes.
got it. Okay. Let me know if it's any better. Any better?
Yes.
Is that better?
Yeah, much
Okay,
better.
all right. So remember what I said to you, right? Remember I said 21 for math, I think it was, and 23 for reading to be a level 3 proficiency. I just pulled out our low performing schools. And if you look at the school highlighted here, right? You see that reading, they had only 2 kids out of the 50 to be proficient.
Yeah.
The other school that is highlighted, you see 25 out of the 75. Learning loss is real, of course, but we know we can and we have to improve that. So how do we improve this? We have to focus on growth and building capacity of all those that we serve, our teachers, our principals. So what is growth? I told you there were 2 measurements. There's proficiency and there's growth. Any educator, and I'm looking at my 2 educators, will tell you we should focus on growth. If you know, perfect world, that's what we should focus on. And let me just explain the difference. Proficiency means I am standing here. Mr. Mendes is standing right beside me. Ms. Craybill is standing right beside me. We have Ms. Barnhart, we're going to jump behind Ms. Mason, Ms. Walker, and so forth. We're all lined up right here. And we're trying to measure if we get to this mark, if we get to the door or the wall. Doesn't matter where we start, no matter how much knowledge we have, how fast we go, whatever, it just matters if we can get there. Okay? So I had to pass that test. Doesn't matter where I came in, what my reading level is. Proficiency measures whether I pass that test. Okay? Then you have growth. What those of us who are educators know we should be measured on, and we should be measuring our students on. Growth is those same people are standing here, but Mr. McManus is here. I am here. Ms. Craybill is right here.
I'm way up there.
Oh, okay. I would put Ms. Walker right there.
Only in her own mind.
Ms. Walker is way up here. So you have every student, and they are where they are academically. And what does the teacher does? What she does is, she moves them a year of growth. The distance traveled. Right? Doesn't matter where you start, the teacher takes you a year of growth from where you are. Okay? So that's when we get green. We have some principals in schools, and I'll be highlighting 2 of them Tuesday for you, who actually, they grow kids in the blue. So they take Patrice, who's back here, and they get all alone, right? She's going more than 1 year. She's going 2, maybe a year and a half, 3 years of growth. That's what that school is doing. And we can do that, and we are doing that some. Not to the level we want, but we do have some schools that, and some teachers who are doing that. All right, so that is growth. And that's what I'm going to share with you today. So we just looked at our proficiency at low-performing schools. And what I've done is I've pulled out the economically disadvantaged students. Why did I do that? Because that's mainly who's sitting in those schools. When you look at this data, you see that in our reading data for those students, they're not growing. Right? Look at our chart here. They are not growing. We're not talking about proficiency. We're talking about moving Patrice and making her move and grow where she is. Now keep in mind, we have some great things going on and we have some answers to solve this. And I'll share that with you. Because the one thing that you do not need to take away, our teachers, I am in the schools every day, our teachers are working extremely, extremely hard. A couple things, a couple tweaks. We have to make sure that our teachers are teaching the standards that are being set. So if you teach me great and you teach me something and you're doing it, it's interactive, but then I come and measure on something else, am I going to be successful? So we have to make sure we're supporting our teachers and make sure that our standards and what we're teaching is aligned. Because we've got some good things going on. Okay? Here, and I'll go through these quickly, is math. And I also want you to keep in mind, what else did I say? Our teachers, they also receive all new curriculum. That wasn't easy. They're great, but that's a challenge for anyone. This is our district. This is our district. And this data that you're going to see this data. This is EVOS data coming straight from our EVOS site. And this data is 3 through 12 data, the tested areas in those grades. I'm going to show you some data at the latter part of this slide with this K through 2, which is a different measurement. And so you're going to see the difference. But you see here, we've got some areas to celebrate. I mean, 7th grade and 3rd grade, look, we've got some areas to celebrate. Of course, we have some areas like across our state that we need to work on. This is math. Keep in mind, our teachers receive a whole new curriculum. And we are working on this. Just want you to keep that in mind.
And there was science at the bottom.
Oh, sorry. Let me highlight that. That was my highlight. That's my, look at science. I want to highlight science. Look at 5th grade science. Those students and teachers just blew it out the water. Because what you see here, is you see that bubble on the edge, means they went over 2. They really grew those kids, right? So we've got some areas to definitely celebrate. This is high school. High school is always more challenging. And there again, we have new curriculums as well. Not sure? Okay. Sorry, I was gonna get into something, but. Now, next what I want to share with you is our AIG. And then you're gonna see why I picked the AIG out and shared that with you after I share the data. We have our academically gifted students. We've got to grow them too. Now the difference with them is a lot of times, or most of the times, they're going to be what? They're going to be proficient. But are we growing them? And our challenge is to make sure that we grow them, because we realize that our kids actually are competing against everyone. So we have to grow them so when they take the ACT, the SAT, to get into Carolina, to get into Duke, or wherever they want to go, that they can be competitive and do that. Because they're competing not just against Pender, New Brunswick, they're competing against our whole state, our nation, and the world. So we've got to make sure we do that. So this is math. And we have some better, we have more green in the math. And one of the things that we're aiming for too is when you see this index here, so on this side of the index is positive. On this side of the index is negative. It's the standard deviation. So we're really wanting people to be in this positive index. Now, I picked AIG out because I wanted to show you and tell you about something new we're going to do to impact that. Because I'm showing you data, but I'm showing you, I want you to also get what are we doing? Because we are working and we've got a lot of good things in place and we're excited. So, right now, no matter where you are, you get an AIG teacher. If I'm at Ogden, and I've got 105 students, I get one AIG teacher. Oh, sorry. If I'm at Freeman, and I have 2 students, I get what? One AIG teacher. What we are proposing is we're going to serve these 2 students at Freeman. Legally we have to, and ethically we want to, and we need to. But we're also going to look and say, hey, this teacher, and I'm just using this as an example, can go over to Ogden and help so those students can get equitable services as well. Think about how much service, how much time the students in Freeman can get versus the time the students at Ogden can get. We want our students at Ogden to be able to get what they need, just as well as we want all of our students to get what they need. Middle school, what we do in middle school is currently we have 1 teacher per middle school for middle school, so it's the same, equitable. And you see here the percentages of our students who are AIG and their performance. Now high school, your high school students, they are normally served, we have 2 teachers who service our 2 high schools, but they don't pull the students out and like, you know, if you got a middle school student or an elementary student, they are serviced mostly from your AP, your IB courses. And they get that rigor there. That's what they get, that increased rigor. What you see is the level of our AP exams. This is just not our AIG, this is all of our students. We cannot pull it out just by that. But what I want you to see, we did levels 4s and 5s because what? You want to cut that down. You know, you got your child there. They don't take them. They don't take the 3s, right? So we are working to increase this. There's 2 main reasons. One, we want our students to be successful. And if you're going to take an AP course, as a parent who had kids who take AP course, it's a lot of work. You want to get credit for it. 2, we have a number of students who are saying now, well, why take an AP course? I can just go to CFCC and get credit. Because they're not being successful this way. And we want them to dig in and take those courses on our campuses. Now, a lot of times when you're talking about low-performing schools, we always say money. I can tell you as someone who has done, I don't know if you guys know or not, but I have been charged twice to turn around the lowest-performing schools in our state. And both times that I went to the lowest, I've done more turnaround work, but when I went to the two lowest, and even the other ones, there's one thing that I found in common. There were so many resources, it was ridiculous. We were actually giving away stuff to the parents. Because we just purchase and purchase. When I say we, educators, we think we can purchase things and make it better. It's about people. It's not about pouring money. Okay? So what you see here is the money that we give our Title I, our low-performing schools. And what I want you to look at is I want you to look at CSI. CSI is comprehensive. It means that you're in the lowest 5%, you're in the lowest 5% of our state. So the state gives you additional money. So they got the money they got, and then about a month ago, they had this money drop. We want to do something innovative. If I'm being honest, it's being done other places, but it'll be innovative for us. We want to pay teachers to go there more and to incentivize them when they meet the growth marks. So, I can tell you from all the research, personal experience, you can't say to somebody, oh, I'll give you $2,000 and you leave this school here where you don't have these challenges and you come over here. People are not going to do it for $2,000. When you divide that by 10, that's not even a car payment.
Groceries.
No, I don't know about groceries.
No, it's not even groceries.
It's not even groceries, you're right. You have to get to a significant number. We have not did all the tweets. We're looking at different numbers. I hate to say because more people are listening, but we're looking at what is that magic number that we can get to bring and help get teachers to come to these schools. When you look, we looked at the data for Freeman. 59% of their teachers, if I'm correct, Dr. Forrest, please double check if you can. 59% of their teachers were new Freeman, or beginning teachers. Yeah. Think about that. How do you move a school when every year they come in, they're turning in, I'm going out the door where you come? How do you do that? No. We've got to find a way to do what? To keep them there. And then, guys, we all know it's not the same teaching at certain schools. I mean, the challenges are greater. Can we admit that? They are. Mm-hmm. It's not like we're giving them money just to do, no. The challenges are greater. So we want to give them money when they meet that mark for the green. We're not going to give them as much, near as much, because green, we should definitely get green everywhere. But boy, they get that blue. They can be dancing. Yeah. Right? And so that's what we are proposing to do with this money. Honestly, it's not as much as we would like to do, because we really want to do more. Because when you look at, for me, one of my schools, my first turnaround school, teachers got $10,000 for one day. Wow. To walk in the door and come. Of course, you have some other things. Right. One teacher. Of course, you have other things. You have to commit to staying there for a certain amount of years. I think it was 2, 3. You're going to pay $10,000 and then you get all this training and you leave. But I'll get into weeds. But this is definitely something that's going around. This is not new. It would be new for us, but it's not new. So I want you to keep this in mind. Now, look at the money and you think about the money here, because all of these schools get this money. What do you think they spend it?
Probably on supplies, consumables.
Okay.
Services. What was the question?
What do they spend it?
Oh, where's it? Yeah.
Close if you want to.
Resources?
Majority of our money, when we look at our federal dollars, we reduce class size. Now, I'm not saying there's something wrong with reducing class sizes. I'm not. What I am saying is, it's a difference when you're going from 34 to 24. But a lot of times we're going from 19 to 15. Let me show you something. Ooh, can you click on Hattie's effect size? Let me tell you who Hattie was. Or I probably get these ladies too. I don't know if you were in public education. Hattie and Marzano are the two subject experts, right? When you go to an education program, I mean, you can walk any student up here, they can tell you about Hattie and Marzano. That's just who we know who have led the charge. Hattie actually did, he studied. You might ask, how many students he studied? He usually studied this study. Over like 20 years or so, maybe longer. How many students? 80 million. 80 million. He studied, and he said, what moves schools? What increases student achievement? Can you scroll down just a little bit? You're going to see a graph. Okay? Stop right there. The first thing that he said, the most powerful thing that will increase student achievement is collective teacher efficacy. What is that? That is teachers believing in themselves, believing in their students, and every outer group, we believe these students can do it. Number one thing. So one of the things you have to do to build that in your teachers is you have to invest in them. How are we building their capacity? And I go back to the money. How are we using our money to provide them the coaching they need, the support? You got a new curriculum, bring the people in for the curriculum and walk them and have that support. Because it's a lot of work to do the job we're asking you. Teaching is not what you thought it was from back in the day. Teaching is hard. So whenever you look at a teacher, you're definitely looking at a hero. And I just had to say that. For anybody who thinks otherwise, go try it. But anyway, Hattie says collective efficacy. Now, what did I say we were spending most of our money?
Staff.
Reducing class size. Can you scroll down? That's fine. Scroll down, please. Keep scrolling. Keep scrolling. Up. Whoa. Right. Reducing class size is right there. 0.21. Now, am I saying to you that we're going to say to our principals who are probably listening, oh my God, they're going to tell us we can't buy teachers. No, we're not saying that. What we are going to be doing is educating them on this too. And we're looking at their trend data. They've been doing, if you've been buying teachers and your data is saying that it's not doing what it wants you to do, is it time to think about something?
Absolutely.
Now, there will be some who are buying teachers. I can think of one that you're probably going to hear from. I think they use their money in staffing. But the growth says, keep doing what you're doing. You don't mess with what's working. But you cannot keep doing things that are not working. We've got to think different. Make sense? Okay. All right, can you take us back to the presentation and I'll try to speed up. So I talked to you about that. Oh, and you do it, oh, I can do the clip. Now, one of the things Superintendent Truitt did yesterday was she did a presentation, and across our state, across our nation, attendance is becoming a major issue.
Yep.
We can't teach kids we're not there. I mean, we're good, we're New Hanover, we can't do that. We've got to get them there. So this is the data for our low-performing schools that I shared with you, their attendance data. So we are working with them. And one of the things I want this board to hear is, we've heard you about accountability and we want to move student achievement. We're with you. Our team is with you. Our teachers, our principals are with you. So we actually have, and I say we, because this is Mrs. Barnum's camp, with the social workers and the guidance counselor, there are protocols and processes in place to go and work with these schools and these students who are not showing up. We're holding people, hey, mom, you got to get them here. Because we cannot teach kids who are not here. That's not fair to our teachers, it's not fair to our principals, and you know it's not fair to the kids. And I'm going to go faster. Mastery Connect. One of the things that we brought was a benchmark system. We did not have a benchmark system to see, how are we doing? Do you know when our kids, our teachers, our principals in schools found out how they were doing? When they took the test. So we were doing what we call NC check-ins, which are fine. They're gauges, but the state says do not use them as a benchmark. They're not intended that way, and that we didn't have a true benchmark. So we purchased a true benchmark, and we gave the schools the autonomy to participate. Because you know, when people want to do something, they do a whole lot better than when you tell them they have to do something. Also, cheer support. You know, I think about the way our CNI coaches work. When you start really getting in the buildings, you're going to bump into these ladies who are always in the building, and one gentleman, and they are the CNI team. And they have tiered their support to work with school based on the data they have. Now, I will say to you, like, for example, Eureka. Eureka is a new curriculum for us. So what actually happened with Eureka is Ms. Red, who is our math guru, and she really is a guru, and I worked together to actually bring the company in, and they work with certain schools to help them. And that's the kind of things we want our schools to start thinking about. How do we use our money to bring in the coaches themselves to do what? Embedded coaching. Because embedded coaching is going to move data. You know, how many of you have been to a professional development and it really changed, you know? I mean, we had to do it embedded. Common planning, you're going to hear, well, we had to do these PLCs, and we had, yes, we do. Our data says, and we know it's best, is when teachers can grow from each other and collaborate. Planning, we don't take every planning. They've got 5 days. I think most schools take 2. Some even just take 1. Well, no, 2. And I think some teachers get together and do some other things, but that's their choice. So you are going to hear that. And that's true, guys. Collaborative walkthroughs with leadership. I start my morning off every Tuesday, sometimes on Wednesday, in the building, right? I think we were texting one time and I was like, I'm leaving. And I'll say, usually my counterpart, my partner over there, Don Brinson, is with me. And we start our morning, we do that, but also our CNI team does the same thing. They're in the buildings all the time. They have done 542 school visits since August of December. So when you ask the question, what are these instructional coaches doing? They're working. Ask the teachers, they're working. Devoted instructional time to our principals meeting. Our principals meeting, the first 3 hours, is instruction. It might be EC instruction, it might be regular instruction, it might be technology instruction, it's instruction. Then we handle the maintenance pieces, the business pieces. And we're working with our principals because this level of accountability and this shift that I am the top instructional leader, it's a shift for some of our folks. And that's okay. I mean, it's okay. And we're helping and we're supporting with that. And we're providing so many resources, standard-based resources for them. And I actually have a copy of our instructional framework for you guys. And Don, will you look in my notebook and pass that out, right? You'll see the instructional framework. Because that is one of the biggest things that we've done, that we've had the biggest pieces of success. And all it is we're getting there by a common, thank you so much, love it. Thank you so much. We have Hannah showing up here. Thank you so much. I'm sorry. We have, that's the biggest piece, that common vision, right? And this is a lot of things in here. But we said, wait, we worked together with our teachers. First of all, the teachers helped us build this. And that was number one. That's part of our flags of them. They helped us build this. And then we decided, what are those things that we know will give us an immediate impact? The first thing we picked out 3 focus areas, learning targets. And people say, we always just put objectives on the board.
learning target is not putting an objective on the board. A learning target is putting it up there in kid-friendly language, and we unpack it. So we talk about what we're getting ready to learn, and then what? We reference it as we're learning, and then what? We close out with it. And I will show you that in action on Tuesday. I am so excited about that. But you're gonna see that on Tuesday as well. We're gonna brag a little bit on Tuesday.
And remember, we adopted those new curriculums. I have to tell you this though. We adopted all new curriculums. We got it along the way. And you've heard it if you've been in school. I mean, that's all that, I mean, I've heard it since day one. My first day, principal said, when are you gonna change the curriculum? I go meet the teachers. What they said, when are you gonna change the reading curriculum? So you've heard it.
Yeah.
So, didn't want to do that. And Dr. Faust was like, we just did curriculums. And I showed him the data and we talked, and he was like, well, we gotta listen to the teachers. Our teachers have said, 89% of them say, you gotta help me here. The current curriculum we have does not put text in students' hands. Text in students' hands, nor does it align with the science of reading. The teachers are learning about that now, and you're gonna see some data in just a minute to show you they are really rocking it with that. And they're saying this doesn't match up. And teacher, we are working on our teacher pacing guides with our teachers. And of course, you guys have seen, I hope, our parent website. We want to let our parents know, it's no secret what we're teaching. It's available, it's out here. So we put this up, that team, that instructional team worked on that, and they got that up mostly over the summer. All right, so you don't have the website.
I can pull it up.
No, not the website. You don't, when I changed it in Google, you didn't get the new slides. I thought it was Google so you would get the new slides. Okay, so before I do this, I wanted to show you guys, I wanted to brag on our K2 teachers, and I have it in mind, I apologize. I thought Google, it just happened. Our K2 teachers, no, it's not that one. It's a slide, I just literally put it in earlier today. Our K2 teachers started behind the state and the nation last year with dibbles. Where are they now? They are like way up here. The data, I wish I could show it to you guys, and maybe I'll show it to you on Tuesday, because I really want you to see the visual of how they have not only surpassed the state, they've surpassed the nation, and currently the data is shrinking. They're doing the same thing, and they're growing them even more. And that is that science of reading, that is teachers taking that ownership and saying, hey, we might have learning loss, but I'm gonna get it done. Those are just teachers doing the work. And I really want to show you that. It's powerful. It really, I'm sorry.
So, yeah, that meets the call that we said that 90% of our kids will be on reading grade level by 3rd grade. So, I mean, I really, while they're getting their questions, if you can, because it's really amazing to see how we started behind we were behind. Yeah. And when we measure at the nation and where we are now. And so it is a process. It's a process, and, you know, it takes time. But however, we know that if kids are reading on grade level by 3rd grade, we have a greater chance of changing all of those trajectories that you'll see or that you've seen. And those are just some of those when we look at the data that was from our low-performing schools, and we pulled out subgroups, low-performing schools, and we pulled out our AIG. We didn't pull out the kids that are in the middle, so that's what the middle is actually balancing, doing the balancing act. But I will say this, that K2 has really answered the call.
Yeah, they need that foundation.
Yeah, they did, yes.
And you remember, K2 is the foundation. Yeah. Anybody who knows anything about education, and I started with showing you this because this is what you see all the time. This is that grade, and we have to definitely do. But our K2 teachers are getting them lifted, so when they get to 3rd grade, and this is K3. This is actually K3. So they're seeing. So you see here, this is 21, 22, beginning. BOY is beginning of the year. So look where we are. We're the lightwood. Oh, look at us. Now look what our teacher said and did. When you see a K-3 teacher, you pat them back. You pat all the teachers on the back. But these teachers said, wow. Is that not amazing, guys? I mean, just think about where they started.
Yeah.
And then, wow. This is where we're currently trending. So they're not even dropping the mark. I feel good about the Hanover, guys. I hope you do. Let me show you one more thing, one more slide. And I got to get back to this slide that I thought she was. Okay, so accountability. How are we holding people accountable? And that's the thing that I want you to hear. You are going to hear that we're asking more. We are. We just are. I mean, we have to. You know, learning loss and kids, we're just dealing with kids' lives. So we have to with student achievement. And we actually we're fortunate to have 3 EDs. I don't know if you guys have met them or not, but they're Jared Worthington, Penny Presley, and Lauren Catalani's. They support our principals in everything they do. Will you click on Principal Learning Plan? And they're out and they're visiting the principals. And they're just having these conversations. And they're holding them accountable for what they said they would do. And then they're providing support. Because we're holding ourselves accountable. It's a level of accountability that's trickling down because we all are here as educators. I mean, not as educators, as adults. But we've got to change the lives of students and make sure they get the best that they can get and be the best they can be. And the only way we do that is for everyone to be held accountable. So when you hear, like I said, POCs is new for a lot of our schools to really have to go in and talk about this data and do that. We are asking that. We are. That's an expectation. When you hear principals say, and I don't hear the principals say that, we want them to be in the classroom more. Yeah, that's what instructional is. So those are the things that are occurring. And I went, I know it's a long time, but I actually went faster than what I was. So I hope I explained it clearly. And I will take any questions.
Does anyone have any questions?
I just had one. Back to the AIG teachers in the ratios.
Can you go back to that?
Yeah, my only comment there, I mean, I haven't been on the AIG team, committee in a long time. But one of the things I thought that we did was we had the flexibility to use our AIG teachers in whatever capacity we needed them to. And I was thinking about it when we had like Freeman, 2 students, 1 teacher, that the AIG teacher might be doing some team teaching versus, pulling out 2 kids maybe, but more team, I like what you're doing too about the sharing, but is that an approach that we're still using?
It depends.
Okay,
on the I will tell you, the school by school, but I will tell you, let's say Freeman, since we said Freeman. Freeman they have lots of people. I'm just going to be honest. So that AIG teacher needs to go to Ogden where they are pulling people and they have 105. So that could be happening. And our principals are being very creative with the lower numbers. But it's about making sure the other kids get served properly. It's just such a disparity of equity when you have 2 kids here and you have 105 here. So we can definitely, we have hands, I'm sure the principals are utilizing them in other ways. But Thursday or Holly Tree with 77 could utilize them in the way that they're supposed to be trained and making sure that those AIG students are getting to the next level of learning.
A question, because looking at the variables of success. So we talk about Freeman a lot.
Yes.
And it is the most of need. We need to say, brother, what we're doing to the schools, what we could be doing for the schools. And where I'm going with this is, we have a new principal that's coming in from Freeman. We've read and I mean.
We're very excited.
Yeah, I know a little of him. I think Mr. Woodward knows a lot about him. So when you were looking at some of the information earlier, the data, the monies looked similar, although there was one that had it on the far right twice. Staffing. If I remember, because I went by Snipes the other day, they have 2 assistant principals. And I don't know if counselors defines if they can take a counselor and make it something else, or a combination of it. If they have, how many counselors at Snipes?
I think I'm pretty sure.
I think it's 2
is not
2
2.
and 1. I feel like it's 2 counselors and 1 social worker.
Okay, so 3 are in that arena. All right, so now we have a new gentleman coming into Freeman. Knows what he's doing.
Exactly.
They're reading a little, they're 9% reading on level. How many assistant principals does Freeman have?
It has 2, we have to fill 1 currently. He'll have the opportunity to fill
Okay,
1.
so
He deliberately did not replace that person.
Okay, and
He
how
deliberately
many?
did not replace that person because our biggest thing is, and I think you're going to, but I just want to say this because the biggest thing is we've hired someone who we feel is an expert, but give him the autonomy to do what he needs to do. We're going to support him. Go ahead. So he
Okay,
can hire
so
that person.
that school will get the same amount of assistant principals.
So they get to they're purchasing those. It's not that we give them, because at that point, remember, the state does not pay for those assistant principals. That comes out of their local funds.
Right.
Or, yeah, it's because it can't come out of their title funds.
Yeah, but he will have, currently he has 2 positions. We did not replace that person, so he can decide the next step.
But he could hire another
Oh,
personal
yes.
assistant if he wanted. And the same thing with counselors.
Yeah.
They have the reason I ask that is I never hear a negative thing about Snipes with regards to how the school, when you walk in there, it just radiates everything was in its place as a rule.
And that's that consistency too.
Yeah, and I just want this gentleman to have every opportunity to start off with everything he thinks that he needs to immediately attack what he identifies, data-driven and otherwise perception, once he's been in there.
So if you can see up there.
And that's not being negative, I just feel like we need to.
So in addition to their budgeted dollars, they get $274,452.60. That's with title dollars. Then they get an additional from the feds, it's at 61,502.
181, I think.
181. So
that's why I said there were 2 up there and Snipes only had 1.
But what we're saying is that column, that's the 1, 2, 3, 4, that 4th column says title funding, that's additional funds that those schools get. So when we're saying, what Patrice said, they get a lot of money. The reason why Freeman and Snipes are able to have 2 assistant principals, because ordinarily they wouldn't qualify they wouldn't be able to purchase those, it's because they're restart schools. And restart schools allow them to use a different function with their dollar amount, their dollars.
Just been a lot of turnover at Freeman.
Yeah.
And I feel like consistency is important
Yeah.
for academic success as well as anything.
Oh, yeah.
Ms. Walker?
No, I was just leading on to your discussion about new teacher percentages at Freeman. What you're telling us is you're going to incentivize to bring in veteran teachers to Freeman, because I know, we all know this, is like we have X amount of low-performing schools that we must put our attention to. I mean, up and down the chain, like us, everybody down, because as someone that's lived here for a long time, I understand, one of my motivations for running was a policy change, and we have essentially hyper-segregated, like low economics in some of our schools. And, I know what you're saying about the money. The money doesn't necessarily translate into helping. You can throw money all you want, but, it needs this kind of attention. And I think Leandra talks about that. Having veteran teachers and really qualified principals there, we gotta do something.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, we're leaving generations of kids behind, and like, we can't do that anymore.
Mic drop. I mean, really, you do. And one of the things, too, is this is gonna be a teacher's choice to go, right? And that's the one important thing. We're trying to make it so it is something they want to do. We're not gonna say, hey, Barnhart, we need you over. That's not effective, right? So we're trying to make it so people see it as a calling and something that they know they're gonna work harder, but we're incentivizing them to do it.
Ms. Mason?
You talked about the learning loss, and we've all seen it. We've all seen how much our kids are struggling. And we see like these low-performing schools. What, I've seen policy as far, not necessarily policy, but retention of students. How often is that happening? And would that be more effective as well as, you know, these new curriculum? Because we have these kids who don't understand what they're learning. And then that in turn increases some behavior issues, which can add to the safety issue. So it kind of compounds and piles on. Would more retention of our students help with that?
I don't have the exact percentage, but retention, if you do the research, retention is one of the worst things you can do to a student unless you do it at, what is it, kindergarten, Julie?
Yeah.
Maybe kindergarten first, it's okay, but after that, you are putting them on a path that most likely there will be 70% dropout. It is astronomical. Yeah, it is really one of the things that we've kind of really moved away from in education because the data has said it is probably one of the worst things we can do with kids. But what we're doing though, when you say, I'm sorry.
I was gonna ask, are we talking about retention of keeping the kids in the building versus, sometimes kids have multiple schools that they attend. So are we saying retention as retaining grade or
Oh, that's what I thought you
retention meaning?
I was referring to grade,
Okay.
simply because we have kids just being moved forward. And, I mean, even friends of some of my own children's, they shouldn't necessarily be in the grade that they're in because they're not at the academic achievement level that they should be at. And it's a disservice to them, but it's also a disservice to the teachers, and it's also a disservice to the peers, their peers who are achieving, who are on grade level, who are able to do that. And so just, you know, just trying to figure out how can we do better for our kids.
Yeah, when you think about learning loss, that is such a big wide and affected everyone. And the one thing that I would take you back to is Hattie and the response to the intervention. So that's one thing that we have to do, and that is one thing that our schools are doing. We're getting ready to offer some tutoring and things like that, because we have to use data and respond to that data to move those students. But just honestly, the research it is one of the things that we have, education, it just says it's not.
And I was going to say, we've also done some summertime learning, so I think that helps too, because, you know, students just need that repetition a lot of times.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
It's fine.
Well, and along those lines, I could talk for you for hours, but it's Friday afternoon, so I'm not going to. Out of respect for Mr. McManus. But with that knowledge, if our kids are not on grade level, it sets our teachers up for disaster, sets our students up for failure. So I understand, and there's a law that the kids have to move on to the next grade level, right? There's like, you can't fail too many kids. But yeah, I mean, we can go to that later, but when you move a kid up knowing that they're starting at a deficit, tell me what steps we are intentionally taking with these children to set them up for success. Maybe they're at a second grade level, but they're in third grade. Talk to me about how we are fluctuating curriculum to meet their needs to grow, because they can't start at the third grade level if they're in the second grade. Second grade start.
So there are things that, of course, that we have in place when we do transition classes where they start one, but that's just at our lower grades. What I would say to you is that is why we're really honing in on our PLCs for teachers to be able to look at different scaffolds, right, of how they're providing that. And that is why we are also looking at a different curriculum, because if we have a quality curriculum, it actually provides teachers the scaffolding right there. Not just for those kids. Another population that is growing significantly is our ML. The state changed it to ML. It used to be XL. But that is a population that is growing significantly. So we have scaffolds in place, and most of our schools, I would say all of them, but that's a strong word. Most of our schools have the extra time where they just intervene. And not only do they intervene, they also pick up those students that you were talking about who are already there and take them there, because we have to grow them as well.
Well, I guess that's my follow-up question is the cross-campus support. I mean, I know I taught on a team that was very cohesive when it was review time. We split up our kids, and I didn't have the same kids for 3 months because we had targeted intervention in each classroom. They had math at the same time, but I was teaching a different group of kids, and the rigor was different, and class size was different. So talk to me about cross-campus supports, because we can't clone you to be everywhere, but how can we support our staff who are struggling, but we have a staff across the room who's doing it well, and to put them in my shoes while keeping him there, you know?
Yeah, and that's something that we're actually sharing with our principals a lot, because we're actually helping them. For example, I was in a school not too long ago, maybe right before Christmas, and on winter break, and there was a teacher right here who was knocking it out of the park. And then I go across the hall, and there's a new teacher who's just overwhelmed. And the principal and the coach had been talking to Mr. Worthington about, and that's their idea about how to actually pair them together. I'll use Carolina Beach as an example. They actually, I think, have a silo, or we have some schools that people are teaching the only subject area or 1 or 2, and they're partnering with other people via Zoom or doing other things to that nature. We are also encouraging our principals to do, it sounds like what you do, something that I used to do, is if your data says you teach RI 3.1, you blow that out of the park. You go RI 3.4 out of the park. We look at that data and we let the kids go where the teacher is the strongest, right? So we do that, and that's just collective efficacy. When we talk about collective efficacy, they're all our kids, so we're gonna lift them up. So we're doing that, and those are the type of things that we are talking about, working with our principals at the principals meetings. So that you guys start seeing your visits, ask those questions, because that's what we're definitely working towards.
And I have one quick question here. We're doing small groups, obviously K through 5, but have we given much thought to moving that on to middle school? Because it works well with the smaller children, and you know, we looked at especially that transition year, that 6th grade year.
And we have. When you said that, I went straight to Myrtle Grove. I walked into a class about 2 months ago there, and we actually had one of our scholars. I think I might share with somebody. We had one of our scholars that was a board scholar, and his students were doing some work, and he was actually working with a small group with that. And that's the challenge, though. It's not only to get teachers to see that, but the principals to see it, because I say to you, the high school as well. Because this walking around and making sure people are on this, that's not what we need our experts. We need them working with students. And it's a mind shift, though, and we're working on that.
Ms. Mason?
Sorry, this is just,
I
love this stuff. So you have listed on here the curriculum resources. Are these, you had mentioned the ELA curriculum, that the reading curriculum that was, people were like, are we changing, are we changing? So is that what's listed right here?
Yes.
So you have the Haggerty and the foundations?
No, Haggerty
Foundations.
and foundations are actually things that we're using to supplement.
Gotcha.
They are great experts. They are great pieces. Our teachers love them.
So it's school-wide then?
School-wide.
School-wide.
School-wide is we are only, to my knowledge, one time I thought it was 2, and I called my counterpart, but I'm not using that, I don't know what it is. We are the only one, to my knowledge, in the state using that. It is not on the ed report.
And what is that, like what type of curriculum is that based out of? Is that like a cued type thing, or is that like a phonetic type?
No, it is a holistic approach. It's
like a whole
it's really,
language kind of
yeah, it really, so basically you would see the instruction occurring, you would see the teacher doing this, reading a book, asking questions, and the students are listening. Which most curriculums, the students have the anchor, the text in their hand, and we're doing it together. You know, I don't know the history behind it, but I can tell you that our teachers have spoken. Dr. Faust told me I can listen. And so he was listening, so I said, I'll listen too. And so we are in the process right now of doing an RFP. And Ms. Bradford will hear more about that on the curriculum committee.
Are there any other questions?
Yes, sir. Just, Mr. Chair.
One way over there. Yes, ma'am, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Well, I know, this is just really kind of talking about the lower performing schools. I think, didn't you recently put out a plan for the lower performing schools? I don't know if the new members have gotten that yet. I think you guys did recently.
You're talking about the SIP and we just.
I'm trying to remember.
The big old packet that was like our first meeting, that big old one.
Yeah, okay.
They had like all of their goals.
I think you might be talking about the SIP and we had to add like an indicator saying that district is supporting.
Maybe,
Not sure.
maybe that's
Not-
what I'm sorry, and maybe, I'm getting off track. So I guess what I'm trying to think is, to your point about people, or what's more important, not necessarily as much as money, money's important too, but we have a lot of community partners out there that really do want to know what they can do to help. And I think just, if there's a way we can organize that to allow them to be able to come into schools and help. I mean, I did a paper one time on like PTAs and the strengths and what they bring to schools, and not every school has one, but it's not just even about PTAs, it's about the support networks they have and what they bring in as a resource. When my kids went to eat, now we'd go and read with them. I mean, like that, I feel like there needs to be more community involvement in some of our schools, and I just think there's so many people out here in our community that want to do the work.
Yeah, and I would say a couple things. One, I am now on the CSI board because I am a believer of communities and schools. I am a believer, and I've seen the effect of that. CIS, I'm sorry, I said CIS. I'm gonna go do some homework. So there's no counting with my family life. Anyway, I'm definitely a believer in communities and schools. But it also, that one of those schools I was telling you about, that I actually had to go and be the principal and do that years ago, we had a volunteer classroom, basically, where we had 2 church volunteers. They did not work for the school. 2 church volunteers who brought in other people, and we trained them. We trained those volunteers. They read they were reading buddies and lunch buddies. And it was powerful. When you're gonna move a low performing school, it takes the community to say, we got you. That's right.
I just wanted to capitalize on that, and Mr. Smith, jump in if you want. Bless you, bless you. We are doing that, through our communications department with the All Hands on Deck program that Josh and Caleb are leading, and principals do that all the time. And a lot of organizations will call the school directly, or we can put people in touch. I've met people at the plunge, which I didn't see you in the water, but I did see some people who moved here looking for things to do, and I said, what school are you near? And we live near College Park. I'm like, well, here's the principal, name, contact them, go by. So I think it's up to us too. If we hear people, direct them through Mr. Smith, and they can get them through the background check portal, and we can plug people in very quickly.
I will jump in.
Please.
If you don't mind. And I don't want to steal all the thunder for Tuesday, because I'm going to talk about this a little bit. And I'm looking at data, obviously, across 45 schools. But between community involvement, volunteer involvement at our schools and community partnerships, both are up. I'm talking orders of magnitude. So I'll give specific numbers, but to compare 21 to now, it's an absolute sea change, and it's numbers that are fantastic and they're impressive. So I think we're absolutely moving the needle. There's absolutely work to do, but we're seeing a real sea change with regard to people getting into our schools and translating those volunteer hours into meaningful contact with students, all the goodness. And so it's a very different environment.
Yeah, I don't think there's a school who's asked for support who has not received it. And the last thing I'll say is, I don't think I've ever been anywhere where someone says, this is the first one, and I've been around the game for a while, I'm only 16, but where there's a school, a low-performing school who does not have a PTA, where the PTA will be paying for something for the other school.
Yeah.
That's collaboration, guys.
And PTA Council,
And PTA,
does that.
Yes. So, we have a lot of support, and we just have to make sure that we're tunneling in the right places. That's the key. Make sure that we put it in the right, use it properly. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair.
Oh, that's all right. What schools I really can't tell you which one they are. Can you give us the names of the schools who, because of their population, might be the lack of filling out forms, but does not receive full free lunch? There's certain schools, they change that. And so, and I've seen some articles about kids that had bills and they.
So there's a threshold of, what is it, 40%? There's a number, percentage. So you want all the schools that don't qualify?
Yeah, the percentage is more like, it's 60, I think 60%. But what I could do is give you a list of schools that currently have CEP status. And that is a community eligibility program, and that gives those schools free meals.
But what list of schools that don't? All the schools that don't get it?
Well, the list of schools that do is smaller, but if you want the list that don't.
You're gonna have to go backwards, you.
Glad I asked.
You're gonna have to go backwards.
I didn't know you still work here.
But Mr. Chairman, I think I kept that to about 20 minutes.
You need to work on your math skills just a little bit. But I want to thank Dr. Mason.
I'm sorry, I was going back.
Yeah, you're going. I want to thank the board for all their hard work today. You guys have been here, we've gone well over time. I kind of told you all day we're going over time, but I apologize for that, but I think it was good work. Appreciate you rolling up your sleeves today and working very hard. Appreciate the staff for being here and staying. Thank you. We'll see everybody. I hope you, first of all, have a great weekend. Please don't forget to send me the information about committees by tomorrow at 5 o'clock. I will
And
get that
board
back
norms.
to you. I'm sorry?
And board norm suggestions.
Yeah, we'll have board norm suggestions. And then we will reconvene on Monday.
Do we need to adjourn?
We do need, I'm open to a motion to adjourn.
When are you doing that steak dinner for all the?
I move we adjourn this meeting.
Second.
All in favor of adjourning?
Aye.
All opposed? Thank you for your hard work today. Oh, yeah, they still stand. That's good
Okay,
stuff.
so Dr. Faust, I remembered what it was I wanted to tell you. I'm over delivering a tricycle to Mosby, because a friend of mine gave me a little tricycle. And so I stopped in to chat with Lauren, and she toured me around. We get to one of the TYPA classrooms. You know where I'm going with this, right? And so she introduced me, and he said, school board lady, because I was at his graduation last year, and says, we need drums for our graduation. Yes. And so she said to him, folks, I just wanted you to know that you reached out to Dr. Faust. Right. He said, hey, I need $5,000 and we need a drum line. So she goes, I reached out to Dr. Faust, and now our board member is here. And so they gave me their pitch. I've got 4 drums, 4 timpani drums at home. I'm clearing out my closets. This is really good. So I'm taking them drums. And I told them, I said, I'm not certain I can get you $5,000, but I can probably get you some drums. You know, and maybe even a drum, person to come in, during your Friday times. But I had to tell you that it's
hilarious. I was there
hilarious.
doing there was a survey that they had us come in to zero.
I felt like I got
And I was there, and they're like, oh, those are your kids. I was like, well, let me go speak with them. He was already like, he wanted to know, can we have a drum line?
Yeah, when am I getting a drum line? And I think we need about $5,000 to get a band.
So I called Lauren and said, hey, I said, oh my gosh, you're supposed to know garage. He said, ordered me. That was hilarious.
That was, that was at most. TYPA, yeah. So they've got pre-K, and they've got regular high school, and they've got TYPA. So they've got, and virtual academy. But that was so funny when he recognized me from graduation last year.
Well, the best one was
oh, if you were his father. And you guys look nothing alike. Yeah. They had no concept. Maybe because he's shorter, he's younger.
Dad, because that's cool. Well, I have no access. He's only. A new one? Yes. Create a new one, but I can't use the old one. I can use the version of it. Yes, you can use the version. Alright, you're making too much noise. Yeah, you're not. Okay. Let's see if I can actually get in on it now, see? 'Cause that's what happens. Oh, that's a referral. Yeah.
More of a discussion based on what will happen.
It takes a second. It just, it's got like a delayed wake up feature. We didn't get the 100 days.
Well, we did, kind of. I'm going to actually send out, the idea of some of the things we did.
son, fly on Sunday to go to Washington State. Just came back from Costa Rica. So we asked Miss Long. And so I said, listen, I said, we got to fix it. Plus, put a little salty, dip it in cotton, dip it in butter.
Oh, yeah.
And my steamer was bad, so I had to use the stove, which made it even worse.
Oh, I got some. The new one.
But she said, where do we go to school? To the
Miss Brown, Pat Brown.
I'll see that you certainly can
Which one is this one?
This is the new password we just changed.
See, they give me a hard time, I'm so selfish. And I know how you're confident about it, I work with you. But you are.
Okay, I just have a good
You're
one.
really.
Let me ask you.
So, you're a rule. And I love it. And I, people keep
Yeah, let's see if we bring it back. I'll just leave the office. She's gonna do it. I'm telling you that I've got the grand system anyway, so.
How you see, you said why? Like, if you're local, why?
Oh, yeah, I've heard that.
Yeah, I checked with you.
I told my husband, I said, it's not. And he said, why did you say that? I said, how do you say it?
You know,
It's card. It is card. And when I first came to card, we used to card.
actually, it's called both.
It is. People don't know. But yeah.
But you guys say,
People know it, which is crazy, right?
You know,
And I might be saying, he's on elementary school. Virgo.
yeah, whatever way I was saying it wrong, I be saying it wrong. We is our, that's what
if I forget to say it, have a great trip.
Thank you.